Oh, good evening, folks. Meteorologist Bill Rentschler in the 1011 Now streaming studio. Going to be a bumpy, busy Tuesday evening as we have ongoing severe weather moving across the state. So we're going to have live coverage again from the 1011 Now streaming studio of the severe thunderstorms that we have moving through the area. So just to kind of set the stage, again, kind of give you a look at what we're doing here. Again, you got me, upper right-hand corner of your screen. We've got my weather graphics from my weather computer in the big box there, and I also have radar scope looping here in that screen right below me, just kind of zoomed in a little bit on Lincoln and Lancaster County. So that kind of sets the stage there for you. So again, most of the activity right now that we have is still well off to our west. But that will be changing as the evening wears on. Also, my super... There we go. Had not updated. So, again, starting off a look again at the severe thunderstorm watch. That is what we have right now for central and southwestern Nebraska. That watch runs through 8 p.m. this evening. But the SPC, as well as the local weather offices, are currently looking at extending that watch further to the east. So we actually currently have mesoscale discussion, and I'll actually pull that up here so folks can see it. It's outlined in blue here, so you can see where it is exactly that I am talking about. So it's this, again, blue outline here that you see on your screen. That's the area of the mesoscale discussion that the Storm Prediction Center has put out, and it reads like this: severe risk likely to expand downstream this afternoon and this evening. Severe potential watch likely, and watch probability up to 95%. So again, we will see a watch issued for Lincoln and eastern Nebraska as we head through the remainder of this evening. And again, just to kind of give you the discussion that's included in that severe weather outlook. It says a complex convective scenario is evolving with scattered to numerous strong to severe thunderstorms ongoing across portions of the Central Plains ahead of an ejecting mid-level trough. As lift from the trough expands eastward tonight, convective coverage should also increase over parts of eastern Nebraska into southeastern South Dakota. The environment remains favorable for organized storms with 40 to 50 knots of effective shear allowing for a mixed mode of supercells and line segments. Buoyancy is less favorable with north and eastward extent where the air mass is cooler and slightly less moist. However, storms already established 500 to 750 joules per kilogram of CAPE should be sufficient to support strong updrafts given the degree of storm organization. Damaging winds and hail appear to be the most likely threats, but relatively strong low-level shear may support the risk for a tornado or two with the more discrete supercells or stronger QLCS segments. The exact north and eastward extent of the risk is uncertain, but given the severe potential will likely increase over the coming hours. A downstream weather watch will be needed shortly. So again, that's that area outlined in blue. Then again, that covers the Lincoln, parts of south central, southeastern, northeastern sections of the state. So again, we will likely see that watch expanded here as we head through the remainder of this evening. So that is something, again, we will continue to watch. So again, this is the severe thunderstorm watch as it currently is, but again, it will likely change here over the next few hours. So that's the severe thunderstorm watch. This is what the current satellite and radar picture looks like, and again, it is very messy right now. So again, we have this cold front that's pushing through the state. Out ahead of this front, we've seen enough destabilization of the atmosphere that we have multiple thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. We've also already seen multiple tornado warnings that have been issued for these areas. Nothing currently active in terms of tornado warnings, but we do have, again, the multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently ongoing. The general consensus with these has generally been quarter to $half sized hail, as well as 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Again, so that's inch to an inch and a half or inch and a quarter in diameter hail with some of these stronger thunderstorms. And all of this activity continues to push basically to the north and to the northeast at a fairly decent clip at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So again, initially we've seen this threat for maybe large hail and damaging winds as storms have been a little bit more discreet. But again, all this activity as we head over the next hour or so is going to continue to congeal into more of a line, a squall line, again a QLCS, and basically that's a system, a linear system that develops where damaging wind gusts become the primary threat with that system. There'll still be the threat for some areas that could produce some larger hailstones, but again, damaging wind gusts up to 70 to 75 miles per hour will eventually be the primary threat over the next hour or two, along with areas of locally heavy rain. And along that leading edge of the front, again, when you get some of that low-level shear, you can get some brief spin-up tornadoes with this line as well. But again, that's the current look, statewide view of kind of how things look right now. If I try and time things out for you here, according to our in-house model, and you'll have to forgive me, my computer thinks I'm doing too much right now. So we're going to pull up the laptop instead. And we'll try and walk you through the timing of this system as it moves through. So we'll exit out of that. But you can see already on your screen here by 7 o'clock. But I want to go back to 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock, again, our in-house model, again, has a bulk of the activity, again, across that really Highway 281 corridor there in central sections of the state. And again, I think matching up fairly decently with real-world conditions. And then as we move forward in time, again, all these storms will continue to kind of push to the north and to the northeast at a pretty decent clip. But eventually this line will also start to get some eastward movement with it as well. So again, you go forward in time to 7 o'clock. And again, we're basically along Highway 281 and then to the east. So again, at 7 o'clock is when areas like Wayne, Norfolk, Columbus, York, down towards Hebron, that probably your best window of opportunity for some of the severe weather moving through would likely be. Again, for Lincoln, eastern, southeastern Nebraska, we're still looking at likely storms being just off to our west at this point, but again, knocking on our doorstep. So again, if you have any evening plans, I think you have another hour or two if you needed to get anything done, run any errands, because then past 7 o'clock, again, I think our chances will really begin to ramp up as this line continues to push to the east. You go to 8 o'clock, again, that line then pushes through eastern Nebraska and pushes through Lincoln into southeastern Nebraska. And along that leading edge of this line is where we're expecting to see the potential for some of the strongest wind gusts. Again, that could be up to 70 to 75 miles per hour at times. But then we could also see some areas of heavy rain mixed in, as well as the threat for at least some large hail. You go past 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock time frame, we're still looking at the potential for some lingering activity in southeastern parts of the state, including in at least parts of Lancaster County. Past 10 o'clock, that threat really begins to wane pretty quickly as a lot of the activity will begin to push out of the area. I want to go back really quick to the radar because we just had a new tornado warning that was issued. And so what I want to do is I'm going to bring up our radar scope here, which just gives me slightly better radar capabilities. Whoa! Not sure what happened there. Alright, so going back here, we're in south central Nebraska. This latest tornado warning is for Phelps County until 5:30 p.m. Trying to get the information here pulled up for you. Again, so northeastern Phelps County and south central Nebraska until 5:30. At 5:07 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Holdridge, moving north at 50 miles an hour. Hazards include a tornado and golf ball size hail. And again, this is radar indicated rotation with this storm. So again, no confirmed tornado with this, but the radar is indicating rotation. If we pull up again the velocity signature that we can show with this. So this potential couplet would be just north of the Holdridge area, kind of right in here, in that area. just to the north of Holdridge. That, again, tornado warning goes for about another 20 minutes. But again, radar indicated at this point, so nothing observed on the ground as of right now. But again, this is going to be the case, I think, as we head over the course of the next several hours, as there's going to be the potential for these spin-ups. And again, with the amount of thunderstorm activity that we have across the area, it's going to be really difficult to probably get a visual on a lot of these, as we have, again, a lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorms out there, so that could make visually seeing some of these storms a little bit more difficult. So we'll go back to this. And so again, I'm back to a look at our statewide view of this storm system right now. All right, and I should also point out that, again, Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick will have further updates on all these storms coming up in his weather segment here on 10:11 at 5, coming up here in just the next few minutes, as we're right in the middle of a newscast at this time. But again, so all this activity, it looks like we just had another severe thunderstorm warning issued there. Or an update to one, I should say. Up near Fullerton, Loop City, St. Paul. My highlighted one here, that's the one that we're going to keep an eye on. But yeah, so again, all this stuff, again, it's pretty messy out there. All this stuff continues to push to the north and northeast pretty quickly. Again, the one tornado warning as of right now. And again, it is for radar indicated rotation. Otherwise, a lot of the other storms that we have that are severe right now have hazards like 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter to $half sized hail. I'm going to get my storm tracker radar turned on here. Turn off the lightning. So yeah, this warning that had a little update on it. Greeley, Howard, Nance, and Sherman counties. That's until 5:45. And again, they are going a little bit bigger hail here. Golf ball sized hail. That's 1 3/4 inch in diameter. That storm is going to be around Elba and Coatesfield around 5:15, so in about 3 minutes. Walbach at around 5:25. So in about 10 or so minutes. So again, if we kind of zoom in, try and zoom in on this storm. And it looks like we just had another severe thunderstorm warning issued, or another one pop up here. And that's the south one down near Blue Hill near the Hastings radar. That's until 5:30 Central Time. Adams, Franklin, Kearney, and Webster County. Yeah, this is a new one. So, a severe thunderstorm was located near Bladen, or 25 miles southwest of Hastings, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts will be possible. So, again, that golf ball size hail is 1 3/4 inch hail. Apparently I'm live streaming on my Twitter as well. Oh, gosh darn it. Let's see if I can mess with this. Can't mess with it. I can stop the stream, though. It's the wonders of technology. I'm not exactly sure. I'm trying to do this all by myself, and I'm streaming in multiple places. There we go. I think we're good now. Okay, so yeah, that's that latest severe thunderstorm warning. Adams, Franklin, Kearney, and Webster County until 5:30. Again, still have that tornado warning for Phelps until 5:30 as well. Again, for radar indicated rotation. We can see it's kind of these southern cells that right now are the most robust. Again, the northern extent of the severe weather, again, was in question a little bit due to the thermodynamics. Again, moisture availability and instability of the atmosphere. So again, I think a lot of this activity, the strongest of it, is going to stay kind of across the southern half, maybe 2/3 of the state as this stuff all continues to push to the east. So again, real quick, I'll run you through the Skycast again. This is our in-house model. And actually what I'll do here real quick is I'm going to pull up the rapid refresh model, just another model that we have access to. So again, 5 o'clock, again, I think doing a pretty good job depicting real-world conditions. So if we go forward in time here, 6 o'clock still has most of that activity, again, right across the central sections of the state. Again, some strong to severe activity likely still by 6. By 7, we really start to see an eastward push. Again, basically from Highway 281, and then just to the east is where we'd likely see the strongest activity by 7. Again, by 8, we really see that kick to the east by 8. Again, with this rapid refresh model, again, it's beginning to push it into at least the western portions of Lancaster County, basically along a line from Wayne down towards Lincoln, down towards Fairbury and Hebron is where we'd expect to see this line of storms by 8 o'clock. And then 9 o'clock, it really kind of barrels through Lincoln, Lancaster County, pushing into the Omaha metro, Beatrice as well. And into parts of southeastern Nebraska. By 10, still some lingering stuff across east central, southeastern Nebraska. 11, some activity in southeastern Nebraska by midnight tonight. Again, a lot of that activity has made its push out of the state, and then we should be left with fairly quiet conditions then as we head through the overnight hours. So that's a look at the rapid refresh model compared to our in-house model. I want to go back to our radar because we did have another severe thunderstorm warning issued. And this new, wrong direction here, new warning is a bigger warning. It covers about four or five counties. Down here for... this is northwestern Smith and north central Kansas, central Phillips in north central Kansas, Franklin in south central Nebraska, eastern Phelps, Kearney County, southern Buffalo, and eastern Harlan counties has a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. This does include I-80 between mile markers 255 and 291. Hazards with this storm include 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball-sized hail. So that's 1.5 inches in diameter hail with that line. That's basically stretching from just south of the Kearney area. I want to go back over here to our radar scope just to take a look at this line, this new warning. So again, that's stretching from up near Elm Creek down towards Axtell, Wilcox, Huntley, Naponi. Again, those are the areas that are currently being impacted by this storm, and it is pushing to the northeast at 45 miles an hour right now. So that's going to be impacting Kearney, Newark, Minden, Campbell, Franklin, and Franklin County. Again, and as well as those areas that are currently being impacted by another severe thunderstorm, including Wood River, Denman, Kennesaw, Roseland, and down towards Blue Hill. So that's, again, those areas. I want to keep an eye on that. Just checking in again on our tornado warning. Again, this was radar indicated rotation. We click on it here. This warning continues for another 11 or so minutes. Still looking like it is radar indicated. Nothing confirmed or observed with this part of the storm. Ping pong ball sized hail also possible with this storm. But again, we can see with the velocity signature, not a great couplet here. But again, if we were to see anything, it would likely be just south of the interstate here. Likely in this area right here, north of Funk, just to the northwest of Axtell, to the southwest of Kearney. So we'll keep an eye again on that storm. And that tornado warning continues until 5:30. Want to come back here because it looks like we had another severe thunderstorm warning issued just now. Let's see if we can't find it. There's a lot of boxes on the screen. It's hard to keep track of all those boxes. Let's see. I got too many computer screens open too here, trying to keep track of all these tabs. Yeah, not seeing that warning. Maybe it was an old warning that just popped up. But again, most of the strongest activity right now is going to be south central Nebraska, just to the southwest of the Tri Cities. So, folks in Kearney, Grand Island, Hastings, again, going to be seeing this activity move through. Likely over the next hour or two. So again, folks in south central Nebraska, again, need to be moving to their safe place. It looks like we just had our severe thunderstorm watch extended, and there it is. So let's look at that new severe thunderstorm watch. Hey, Matt, they just put Lincoln in the severe thunderstorm watch, just so you know. They just put Lincoln in the severe thunderstorm watch, just so you know. Which it looks like meteorologist Ken Shimmick is on right now. And he's currently covering the radar, but let's give you the information on this severe thunderstorm watch. So for Lincoln and for the eastern kind of third of the state, that those areas outlined in white there, that severe thunderstorm watch goes until 11 p.m. tonight. So 11 p.m. for that new severe thunderstorm watch. If I can read you some of the details. Again, primary threats include scattered damaging wind gusts likely with isolated significant gusts to 75 miles per hour, scattered large hail with isolated very large hail events to 2.5 inches in diameter, and a tornado or two possible. So their summary being numerous thunderstorms will spread northeastward across the watch area this evening. The strongest cells will pose a risk of damaging winds and large hail. A tornado or two is possible. So again, that's that new severe thunderstorm watch again for the eastern sections of the state, including Lincoln and Lancaster County. It does not include the Omaha Metro and the 6 or 7 or so counties directly to the south. So Douglas, Sarpy, Odo, Nemaha, Richardson, Pawnee, Johnson, and Cass counties as well. But it does include Lincoln, Beatrice, Fairbury, York, Columbus, Norfolk, Fremont, those areas into the northeastern sections of the state. So that is something that we'll keep an eye on here over the next several hours. Get this back over to Lincoln. And I'm going to turn this on the radar again here just real quick. And I'm going to pull that up full screen so folks can take a look at the radar. I'm going to go confer with my colleague Ken Shimmick and let him know, since he's currently on the air, that Severe Thunderstorm Watch has been expanded. So stay tuned. I'll be right back. Okay, folks. Sorry about that. Back with you here again in the 1011 Now streaming studio, bringing you severe weather coverage. Again, as we have, again, it's October 3rd. Again, it's not unusual to have severe weather this late in the season, but always kind of makes you scratch your head just a little bit. Again, dealing with severe storms this late into the season again. But when you have this clash of cooler air and warmer air, again, which we often get in our transitional seasons, that does lead to the potential for severe weather, and that's what we're dealing with today. So again, just to kind of set the stage again for everyone, severe thunderstorm watch currently covering a good chunk of the 1011 coverage area for the central and western sections of the state. This severe thunderstorm watch, again, so this is areas like North Platte, Broken Bow, down towards McCook, Grand Island, Hastings, up towards O'Neill. That severe thunderstorm watch is in place until 8 p.m. This evening. And then for the eastern sections of the state, we just had this new watch, the downstream watch that was issued. That is in effect, again, for those areas kind of outlined in white there, until 11 p.m. this evening. So again, our primary threats over the next several hours are going to be damaging wind gusts as well as large hail. And then some locally heavy rain is going to be possible as well. And then an isolated tornado or two can't be ruled out. So that's something that we'll keep a close eye on here over the next several hours. So this is what it currently looks like in Lincoln. Again, it's a pretty nice afternoon, a little on the warm side, a little on the breezy side. Upper 70s here at 40th and Vine, 78 at the studio. Right now it's 81 at the Lincoln Airport. You have a southeast wind, 25 miles an hour, gusting to about 30 miles an hour in dew point. High enough that we are seeing that, again, potential for severe weather, again, in the lower 60s, although, again, lower 60s is pretty comfortable, again, for a lot of us after dealing with what we dealt with this summer. Temperatures across the state, again, you can see with the rain-cooled air and the ongoing severe storms are much cooler across central Nebraska. It's 58 in North Platte, 58 in Holdridge, 60 in Broken Bow, 62 in Lexington. Out ahead of that front, out ahead of this line of storms, temperatures are warmer into the 70s and lower 80s. Again, Lincoln is one of the warmer spots at 81. Hebron and Falls City, the warm spots, currently at 83 degrees. Dew point temperatures, again, you can see out ahead of the front, it's anywhere from the low 50s to low to even mid 60s. Behind that front, across the Sandhills into northwestern Nebraska, those dew points are much lower. So again, there's enough moisture in the atmosphere right now and enough instability that we are going to continue to see this threat for severe weather as we head through the remainder of this evening. Winds, again, you can see the changing of those winds as you head across the state out ahead of the front and kind of the surface trough. We have more southerly, southeasterly winds, and they are breezy at 15 to 25, gusting 30 to 40 miles an hour. And then you see a change in the winds to a more westerly direction. And then eventually in the far northwest, we see those more northwesterly winds behind the cold front. So again, through the rest of this evening, those winds directions will continue to change as this whole upper level system, or this whole system, continues to sweep through the area. The cold front eventually pushing through tonight into the day tomorrow. So here's again this current satellite and radar view, looking at the statewide view. Again, we have the most amount of severe activity currently ongoing across parts of south central Nebraska. That's where we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in place, and then one warning just north of the Grand Island area there. Nothing impacting Lincoln or eastern Nebraska at this time. So if we kind of zoom in here and take you on a tour a little bit across the state, I'm going to go ahead and throw on my storm tracker radar here. So again, nothing threatening Lincoln or Lancaster County currently at this time. Everything's still well off to our west. And again, I think our window of opportunity for storms in Lincoln likely isn't going to come until we head between about 7 o'clock and 11 o'clock tonight is when I think that window for Lincoln will be highest. You head across parts of south central Nebraska, multiple warnings that are currently in place. One of the bigger ones for parts of Buffalo, Franklin, Kearney, and Phelps County until 5:45, so for another 15 minutes or so. Again, threats with that storm do include 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, as well as ping-pong ball-sized hail. The other warning you see highlighted there is for parts of Adams and Clay County until 6 o'clock tonight. Again, that storm, golf ball-sized hail, that's 1 3/4-inch diameter hail, as well as 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts will be possible. We can kind of maneuver around here and query this other warning that's just near Hastings. There we go. Adams, Clay, Hall, and Kearney counties. Oh, come on. My query is going to be finicky. There we go. Okay, so that storm is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And that's for parts of Adams, Clay, Hall, and Kearney, and that warning goes for about another 15 minutes. Turn off my lightning here so we can get a better view of where those actual storms are. So one of the stronger little parts of that storm is just to the south of Hastings, right along 281, again crossing over Highway 281 right now, just to the east of Roseland, north of Blue Hill, south of Hastings. Again, all this stuff is continuing to push to the north and east at about 40 to even 50 miles an hour right now. So again, those are some of the strongest storms across parts of south central Nebraska. Again, this first warning we talked about for parts of Buffalo, Kearney, Franklin, and Phelps County. Again, basically stretching from up near Kearney down through Minden, Hildreth, and Franklin. Again, so just to the west of Highway 281. But again, that's the line. Again, along that leading edge of that line is where we could be seeing those winds gusting up to 70 miles an hour. So that's something we'll want to watch out for. Again, just north of Grand Island, another severe thunderstorm warning for about another 13 minutes for Greeley, Howard, Merrick, and Nance County. That storm producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, also moving to the north and east at about 45 miles an hour. If we zoom in and take a closer look, strongest part of that storm is currently just to the west of Highway 281 near Elba, Coatesfield. Again, it's moving to the north and east. So folks in Walbach, looks like they could see this storm slide right through the area. Looks like the strongest part will slide just to the south of Greeley along 281 there. But again, that storm, again, low end severe, but still severe with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So again, if we zoom out a little bit more, and we go a little further to the north, again, we still have some activity, non-severe right now. That's across parts of north-central Nebraska, trying to impact O'Neill, Creighton, parts of Knox County, Neely, and Antelope County, right there along and just to the south of Highway 20. But yeah, nothing severe with that activity right now. So that is the good news. Again, for that activity in the north. Again, the bulk of this, again, is across south central Nebraska. Pushing to the north and east will continue to congeal into that linear line as it moves to the east through the remainder of this evening. So, what do we have next? Yeah, running through SkyCast here. This is our in-house model. This is at 6 o'clock, so in about 30 minutes. It's a little bit too far to the east compared to, I think, where we are in real-world conditions. But you can see the general trend as we head through this evening as this line develops, pushes to the east. As it does so, we'll see likely a primary threat of damaging wind gusts. There could be some large hail mixed in there, some areas of locally heavy rain. This is 9 o'clock. Again, it's already kind of pushed through parts of northeastern Nebraska. Still seeing some stuff linger across southeastern Nebraska, including in the Lincoln area. This is 10 o'clock. Again, still seeing some activity linger across southeastern parts of the state. 11 o'clock, still have a few scattered, isolated showers. And then by midnight tonight, again, a lot of this activity should be just about wrapped up and done with. Then overnight tonight, things should be fairly quiet, mostly clear, dry conditions. And then through the day on your Wednesday, even, we're looking at variable cloudiness across the state. I think central and western Nebraska seeing plenty of sunshine through most of the day on Wednesday. More cloud cover, though, as you head across parts of eastern and southeastern Nebraska into the day on Wednesday. So this is a look at that SPC outlook. Again, you can see that marginal, oh man, moving my camera around. Marginal, slight, and enhanced risk. So that's levels 1, 2, and 3, meaning isolated to scattered to numerous severe thunderstorms are possible. And again, where that enhanced risk is in south central Nebraska, north central Kansas, that's where we've seen really the bulk of our severe weather so far today. Now, in terms of temperatures, again, because this is a cold front that's moving through with this system, it will be offering us some relief. As again, saw 4 days in a row there with highs, record highs or near record highs earlier this week, and that will be cool. Will be much cooler as we head into the day on your Wednesday. So look for lows in the mid 40s to mid 50s from west to east. Highs then on Wednesday will be much more seasonal for us, upper 60s to low 70s. Thursday, again, cool, comfortable night. Lows in the mid to upper 40s, right around 50. Thursday afternoon against southern Nebraska, still fairly seasonal, upper 60s to low 70s. But another push of cooler air is going to begin to arrive as we head through the day on your Thursday. So you can see the temperatures in northern Nebraska cooling back into the lower 60s. And then the cool air really begins to arrive as we head towards the end of this week and the beginning of the weekend. So lows, Friday morning, we're looking at mid 30s to mid 40s from west to east. Coolest readings in the northwestern part of the state. But that will be one of the coolest nights that we've seen so far this fall. And then high temperatures on Friday. It's going to be chilly. We're going to have a clipper-type system moving through. It's really going to kick up the wind, give us a small chance for some rain. But we're going to see high temperatures on Friday struggle. May not even break 50 for parts of northern Nebraska, but looks like 50s to near 60 from north to south. But it's also going to come with a north wind that will be breezy, gusting 30 to maybe 35 miles an hour. So it will be a fairly raw, I think, October day to wrap up the work week on Friday. And then even colder weather into Saturday morning, lows in the mid-20s to mid-30s, looking at our first hard freeze of the season for a good chunk of western Nebraska. The eastern half of the state, it'll be close, looking at the potential for some patchy frost. I don't know. I don't think we'll necessarily see a long duration freeze if some areas do drop below that 32-degree mark. We'll go with the low right now, 34 in Lincoln, and then afternoon highs on Saturday do begin to rebound a little bit into the low 60s to near 70 with the warmest readings in the west. So that's kind of what we got there. I want to go back to our radar. There it is right here. Looks like we haven't seen any new warnings issued here for a couple minutes, so that's good. So I'm just going to let the radar sit and marinate for a little bit. I'll come back here in just a few minutes. I'm going to take a quick break again, and then we'll pick it back up from there. But again, you can see that line really starting to develop across central Nebraska. And that line is going to continue to be the thing that we're going to watch over the next few hours that pushes to the east. So we'll go ahead and pull the radar up here, and we'll let it sit for a little bit, and I will join you again in here in just a second. And welcome back, everyone. Again, meteorologist Bill Rentschler in the 1011 Now streaming studio, bringing you some live coverage as storms roll across parts of central and eastern Nebraska this evening. Again, the 6 o'clock show just started, so if you're looking to catch Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick in his latest forecast, again, you can catch that by tuning into 1011 on air. Again, online right now, again, streaming on the 1011 YouTube channel, and again, on the live stream as soon as the show is done. Again, I'm meteorologist Bill Rentschler with you here. Again, still keeping an eye on things. Still have, again, quite a bit of stormy weather across the central sections of the state. And again, all of this activity continues to push to the individual cells themselves. Again, continue to push to the north and east fairly quickly at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. And then the whole line itself is going to continue to push to the east as we head over the next several hours. So again, right now, if I pause the radar here, if I can pull it back up, maybe it's thinking about it. It doesn't want to do it. Oh my gosh, come on. Well, basically, again, the line of storms is kind of lining up right along Highway 281. Nope. There we go. So there's, again, where storms currently are right now as of 6:02. And again, basically lined up right along Highway 281 there. So stretching, again, from Hastings in south central Nebraska up through Grand Island, St. Paul, and then further to the north up towards O'Neill in Holt County, in those areas. And all of this is going to continue to push to the east over the next few hours. So Lincoln, again, likely not going to see anything for maybe another hour and a half. But I think as we head towards at 7:30, towards 8 o'clock, that's when our window to see some of this severe, at least potentially severe weather, will increase. For Lincoln and Lancaster County in the southeastern part of the state. So if we put this back into loop mode and kind of try and run you through Skycast here. Again, this is our in-house model, what we call the graph model. And again, it has that activity at 7, so this is an hour from now. Again, basically along and now just to the east of Highway 281. So again, I think it's doing a decent job, real world, kind of with the placement of those storms. I think it might be a little overdone, especially for the northern half of the state, where, again, I think the strongest stuff has really been on the southern end of this system. But if we take you through time, again, this is 8 o'clock. And again, those storms beginning really to push through Lincoln and Lancaster County pretty quickly. And again, across much of the eastern really quarter of the state. And then storms will kind of linger for a few hours after that. 9 o'clock, still some activity lingering in east central, southeastern Nebraska, as well as in the far northeast. Again, you continue to step through time, take you towards 10 o'clock. Again, kind of the stuff in the northeast begins to clear out, but we still have some lingering activity across southeastern Nebraska. Towards 11 o'clock, we're still looking at some lingering storms being possible in the far southeast. And then by midnight tonight, again, at least our in-house model has a lot of that activity well out of the area. So that is, again, this isn't going to be a slow-moving line of storms. It's going to move through fairly quickly here over the next 6 or so hours. As far as potential rainfall is concerned, if you look at the potential... a lot of the models indicating maybe some more widespread quarter to 3/4 inch amounts across the eastern half of the state, but there will be some isolated higher amounts with some of these stronger thunderstorms that I think could reach 1 inch to 1.25 inches and maybe even 1.5 inches. So again, our primary threat with these storms as they push east is going to be damaging wind gusts along that leading edge of the line of storms. Could see some bigger hailstones embedded in some of the stronger updrafts, and then some locally heavy rain. Also can't continue to rule out maybe some isolated spin-ups, isolated brief tornado along that leading edge of the line as well. We have seen several tornado warnings over the past 2 or so hours. again, initially, as these storms really developed, we had that threat for tornadoes. That threat does go down a little bit as these discrete cells develop into this linear system where everything kind of just gets a little bit messy. So again, that's the current look of the satellite and radar picture as it stands. If you look at these Storm Prediction Center's severe weather outlook for the day, again, had that enhanced risk for south central Nebraska and northern Kansas. And I think over the last couple hours, that's where we have seen numerous severe thunderstorms. And again, that's the qualifier for the enhanced risk, is we're seeing numerous severe thunderstorms. The slight risk area, again, in yellow, stretching into northeastern Nebraska, and then into parts of eastern Nebraska, again, seeing scattered severe thunderstorms. So I'd say the SPC's done a pretty good job today in pinpointing where we're going to see the highest amount of activity. We will get a new SPC outlook as we get closer to 8 o'clock tonight, and wouldn't be surprised if maybe we saw a shift just slightly to the east and maybe with some of that slight risk area. I can pull up our day one probabilities. So this is the tornado probability for today. Again, it's a low-end threat, 2% for most areas, higher in that enhanced risk area, 5%. So again, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Chances are, though, pretty low. In terms of wind, higher probabilities, about 15% for a good chunk of the coverage area. And then severe hail probability, again, the highest threat was initially as these storms developed, and that's reflected by this as storms really developed across parts of central and back into southwestern Nebraska and down across western Kansas. And so that's, again, where the severe hail probability is highest. You can see for Lincoln, pretty low. Again, by the time storms reach Lincoln, it's going to be basically evolved into a squall line. And with that squall line, our biggest threat will be damaging wind gusts. If I punch up here, punch up our surface map. So again, basically what we have happening right now is we have a cold front that's cutting across the state, and so that's where these storms are developing out ahead of that cold front. And so winds, again, in Lincoln have been out of the south and east, but as this front continues to push through, we will eventually see those winds shift overnight tonight into tomorrow morning to the north and to the west. So again, you can see the front moves through fairly quickly. That's why these storms aren't going to be around too long. We're talking a window between now to about midnight tonight dealing with these storms. And then behind that front, much cooler and drier air moves in, much more stable air. So we're looking at dry conditions into the day on Wednesday. Looking at variable cloudiness, though, across the state. I think more clouds in south central, southeastern, east central sections of the state. More sunshine for northern and western sections of the state through the day on your Wednesday. If you continue on in time, there's going to be another system we're going to keep our eyes on that heads our way as we head into the day on Thursday. Quicker moving system, little clipper system. It's going to give us a reinforcing shot of cooler air, but the coldest air with this system will lag behind just a little bit, and it will arrive as that high pressure you see kind of across Montana into the Dakotas arrives as we head Thursday night into the day on Friday. And that's going to lead to, again, a very chilly start to the day on Friday. And I think a pretty raw Friday afternoon, as it will be cool and it will be breezy. Will really be one of our first afternoons where it is really felt like fall. So that's something that we'll keep a close eye on. In terms of temperatures, again, we're looking at lows tonight, mid-40s to mid-50s. And then high temperatures tomorrow, much more seasonal. Upper 60s, low 70s across the state. Hold on one second here. That's not what I want. There we go. Just keeping an eye on our CBS programming. And as soon as Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick's forecast comes up here, we'll go ahead and we'll bring that to you live so folks can watch that. I'm going to go ahead and punch up our... Oops, that's not what I wanted. Pressing buttons, accidentally pressing the wrong buttons. Okay, wait. I think there we go. I think I accidentally. Yeah, I might have tried to stop my YouTube stream. I want this button. That's the button that I am looking for. Okay. Pull up our radar scope. It's a little bit more of a better tool to look at the radar. And we'll kind of take you through, again, some of the current conditions and where some of that strongest activity is. And just giving this, again, already a quick glance, that strongest line of storms currently is situated across south central Nebraska, where we currently have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place through 7 o'clock. And this is for multiple counties. So this is for Clay County, Nuckolls County, Webster County, Eastern Adams County, York County, Hamilton County, Fillmore County, Western Thayer County, Southwestern Polk, Southeastern Hall until 7 p.m. So it's 6:09, so just 2 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Doniphan to near Glenville to 7 miles southwest of Guide Rock, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So these are starting to pick up. Again, earlier these were moving 40 to 45 miles an hour. So now we're looking at 55 miles per hour. Main hazard being 70 mile an hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail. So that's 1 1/4 inch hail. So I'll be near Fairfield, Glenville, Lawrence, Guide Rock, Trumbull, Inland, and Deweese around 6:15. That's just in the next couple minutes. Harvard, Clay Center, Giltner, Phillips, and Bostwick around 6:20, and Nelson around 6:25. So again, that's this line of storms, again stretching from basically up near Grand Island down towards Red Cloud, and those areas just to the east and to the northeast. So we're talking areas Superior, Ruskin, Nelson, Edgar, Fairfield, Clay Center, Harvard, Sutton, El Dorado, Giltner, Aurora, Chapman, Henderson, Fairmont, Geneva, Shickley, Ruskin. All these areas will likely see this strong line of storms push through here probably in the next half an hour to 45 minutes or so. And you can start to see, again, this is the stuff as storms continue to push kind of to the north and to the east, this direction, that we'll have to keep an eye on because it could impact Lincoln and Lancaster County. You look just down to the south, across north central Kansas. Again, this is some of the stuff down here that we'll also keep an eye on because, again, as it pushes to the north and to the east, it's also some stuff that could impact areas like Hebron, Fairbury, Beatrice, Wymore, DeWitt as we head through the remainder of this evening as well. Further to the north, again, we still have a couple stronger cells up in Antelope and Boone County near Albion. I switch radars here, getting too far away from that Blue Hill radar. Again, here just to the west of Albion is where we see one of the stronger cells with this. Again, this looks a little bit lower end in terms of the severe weather potential. Again, the warning on it: 60 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe some nickel to penny-sized hail, probably mixed in there as well. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. Again, that continues to push to the north and east. But you zoom out and look at a more statewide view and turn that radar on. And again, you can see that general movement. So again, not a humongous line of storms by any means in terms of severe weather that we've seen this year. I don't think this will be the worst, but this will be something that, could make our Friday evening, or not, it's not Friday evening, our Tuesday evening, a little bit on the noisy side. So that's something we'll want to continue to watch over the next several hours. So go ahead and bring this back up. And what we'll do here is, again, taking a look at that watch. Again, it goes until 11 p.m. for Lincoln and Lancaster County, 8 p.m. for those western and southwestern counties within the watch area. I got to pull my computer back up here. Working on about like 5 different computers right now. So, apologies for any breaks here. And there's Lincoln currently right now. Oh, and it looks like Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick's on. Let's go ahead and bring him up real quick.
Nebraska, western Kansas under a severe thunderstorm watch until 8. If you are in the eastern third of the state, the eastern half of the state, you're under a severe thunderstorm watch, or at least a lot of you are, until 11 o'clock tonight. Now, this does not include places like Omaha, Nebraska City, and Falls City, but it does include Lincoln and Lancaster County. So again, that severe thunderstorm watch over eastern Nebraska until 11 p.m. tonight. We'll check out satellite radar. This loop is over the last 3 hours, and you can see the orange polygons. That's indicating all of the counties that continue to see severe thunderstorm warnings. And as you look at the satellite radar, I'm going to read through all of these warnings. And again, there are so many. We're talking about the newest severe thunderstorm warning. This issued just about 10 after 6, the National Weather Service in Hastings. We've got portions of Jewell and Smith County in Kansas, Clay, Nuckolls, Webster, Eastern Adams, York, Hamilton, Fillmore, Western Thayer, Southwest Polk, and Southeast Hall, all under a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. tonight now for 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar-size hail as these storms race to the northeast at about 55 miles an hour. Severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 for portions of Greeley, Nance, and Howard County for ping-pong ball-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, those storms also racing northeasterly at 55. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Greeley and Valley until 6:30, 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail with that. Northeast winds at 45 miles, or moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. And then a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Clay, Adams, York, Hamilton, and Fillmore till 6:30. Also severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of Madison, Platte, Antelope, and Boone County in north-central northeastern Nebraska. That warning until 6:30 for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch size hail, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. So it gives you a pretty good idea. This line of storms developing right along a cold front has been hammering portions of central Nebraska, and that entire line is going to be moving towards the east. So I think here in Lincoln, our best chance at looking at some threatening weather probably after 7 p.m., probably in that 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. window if these storms continue to hold together. So we'll keep an eye on that radar and keep you updated. Zoom in, show you the activity that continues to be severe from around Osborne in Kansas all the way through the Franklin near Superior areas, points towards Hastings and Grand Island. Still looking at some heavy thunderstorms. A line of very strong to heavy thunderstorms continues from around St. Paul back up through the Albion and Neely areas on towards O'Neill as well as Creighton. Not a lot of severe weather in the northeastern corner of the state right now. Columbus, you're looking at some very heavy thunderstorms downstream, but right now you're in pretty decent shape, but that will change over the next hour or so. Lincoln and Lancaster County still very quiet, but you can see the leading edge of these storms, and again, if they hold together at this level of severity, it would certainly be bringing us some threatening weather into Lancaster and Gage County over the next couple of hours. Skycast indicating this line of storms along the cold front. By 7 o'clock, it is still to the west of Lincoln. 8 o'clock, it is moving through the Lincoln metro area and other points of eastern and southeastern Nebraska. This is through 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and then by midnight, it looks like the bulk of this activity will be out of the coverage area, replaced by clear to partly cloudy conditions. Tomorrow looks like a partly cloudy, breezy, and much cooler day, but very pleasant, and no severe weather expected on your Wednesday. Right now, we've got temperatures in the 60s, 70s, even some lower 80s yet in southeastern Nebraska ahead of that boundary. If you're ahead of that front, you've got gusty south-southeast winds. If you're behind the front, you're looking at a west-northwesterly breeze. At times, it's still gusting 25, 35, up to 40 miles an hour. One more look at the Nebraska satellite radar into northern Kansas, widen out the view. At 8 o'clock tonight, we expect that cold front to continue to push out of central into eastern Nebraska, taking that severe weather threat through the eastern portions of the state, followed by cooler, much quieter conditions as we head through the day on Wednesday. And even Thursday looks like it's going to be a pretty decent day, certainly cooler than those record temperatures in the 80s and 90s we've been seeing. Breezy and cool on your Thursday afternoon, but even colder air is coming in to reinforce that cold front. That second cold front that comes through Wednesday night into Thursday. Let's spell it out for you. 40s and 50s for overnight lows tonight. High temperatures tomorrow, more like where they should be, mid-60s to lower 70s, then 40s and lower 50s tomorrow night. We're still in the 60s and lower 70s on Thursday, but it's a bit breezy. Then the temperatures really start to drop. 30s and 40s for lows Friday morning. Highs on Friday with gusty northwest winds only in the 50s, pretty much statewide. Then we're talking about mid-20s to mid and upper 30s from west to east across the state Saturday morning. Saturday afternoon will be a little bit nicer in the 60s, but another chilly night Saturday night into Sunday. High temperatures on Sunday back in the 70s. So some big changes coming our way, and the transition is this severe threat tonight. Cloudy and blustery at 9 tonight in Lincoln, 69 degrees with thunderstorms likely. Some could be strong to severe. 54 degrees tomorrow morning, partly cloudy skies, a little bit cooler than it's been. 4 in the afternoon on your Wednesday, partly cloudy and seasonal. Our normal high is 73. Tomorrow we're shooting for 73. We'll go 72 and a bit breezy on Thursday, and then see highs only in the 50s on Friday with a small chance for a morning shower, windy conditions, then the possibility of frost. Friday night to Saturday morning, Saturday night into Sunday morning, and portions of western Nebraska could be looking at a hard freeze over that time frame. Then temperatures will moderate once again early next week. Much more headed your way. Stick with us.
All right, that was Chief Meteorologist Ken Chimmick's forecast. Again, during the 6 o'clock news, he will have, one more little hit there at the end of the show. But then we will obviously have a break in newscasts, not coming on again until 10 o'clock tonight. And so, with that, this is a platform, which we have access to now with our 1011 Now streaming studio, where we can continue to bring you some coverage of these storms as they move on through, and as they move through the Lincoln area specifically. Depending on if they are severe, again, Ken may be on the air again as those storms roll through. But again, at least for now, they're still just off to our west. Again, pull the satellite radar picture back up so you can see that. Again, strongest part of those storms right now, that line continues to be across south central Nebraska. Again, right now pushing through really the Grand Island, Hastings areas right now. I'll go ahead and I'll pull back up our radar scope here, and we'll venture on over back to that area. And so, again, really the strongest probably part of that storm continues to be just to the south and to the east now of the Grand Island area. Giltner, Harvard, Clay Center, Fairfield. Again, some of these towns that I've already mentioned a few minutes ago. Again, seeing this strong line of storms begin to move through. Again, as it's moving, and it's moving fast. Again, about anywhere from 45 to about 55 miles an hour, pushing to the north and east. The whole line itself, again, continues to push to the east. So, again, this strongest part of the storm, near the Giltner area, just to the southwest of Grand Island. Again, you kind of draw a line here and kind of give it, an eyeball. Could impact, certainly Genoa, Columbus, Bellwood, David City, Ulysses, Utica, Seward, Maple Creek, probably going to slide north of Wahoo. But again, those areas upstream certainly want to be watching that line of stronger storms. Again, it has produced some strong wind gusts. I can click on a couple reports here. Thunderstorm wind gusts 60 miles an hour near Glenville. There's another one. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust near our sister station, KSNB, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Another one back just to the southwest of Hastings, 62-mile-an-hour wind gust from a Mesonet station there. So again, it seems to be about 60 to 65 miles an hour. But again, if you look at the velocity signature with this, and I actually have a measuring tool here that I can kind of click on here and give you an idea. Some of the higher end wind gusts, again, this is just to the south and west, more west southwest of Aurora. Again, the radar is measuring wind gusts of about 65, 66, 67 miles an hour. That's still several thousand feet above the radar. So again, that's not necessarily on the ground reports several thousand feet in elevation above the radar. So ground reports of around 60 mile an hour wind gusts certainly going to be possible. Again, down near the Harvard area, even stronger. The radar is measuring winds of about 68 to 72, up to around 74 miles an hour there near the Harvard area. But again, that's likely several thousand feet, again, off the surface, again, as that radar beam goes up, as it travels away from the radome. But again, so some pretty strong winds aloft with these storms, and they are mixing down to the surface, and we are seeing some of those, again, manifest with those reported wind gusts 60 to 65 miles an hour, and that will continue to be the threat here over the next several hours, and again, particularly with this southern half, the southern line of thunderstorms as they continue to push through fairly quickly. Again, basically now along and just to the east of Highway 281. If I use my measuring tool, again, these storms still about 60 to 70 or so miles from the Lincoln area. So again, if they're moving at 40 to 50 miles an hour, a little over an hour or so, hour and change, before these begin to really arrive in the Lincoln area. And again, they are moving to the north and to the east. So we're going to kind of, for Lincoln, we're going to keep our eyes really on the southern edge of this southern line of storms down near Red Cloud, Nelson, Edgar, Superior, because as we put this into motion, these are the storms that look like could potentially impact, or this line, part of the line, is what could potentially impact Lincoln and Lancaster County, Hickman, Crete, Wilbur, those areas. Again, you go further to the south, there's still more activity down across parts of northern Kansas, and again, this is going to be the activity that eventually makes its way up towards Fairbury, Beatrice, Wymore, Pawnee City, over into Johnson, Nemaha, Cass, Odo County. So again, still a lot to get through tonight before we're done with our severe weather threat. Again, it's not at this point. This is not going to be the worst night of severe weather that we've seen. But again, it's early October. Probably not used to having severe storms roll through the area in early October. But this is the situation where we're at right now. So, but again, that's a look at the radar scope. So I'll go ahead and move that kind of back zoomed in on Lincoln and Lancaster County, so you can see that in the box right below me. And again, I got myself up here multiple times. And again, so I'll leave this current satellite and radar loop up so we can continue to monitor this. But I'll go ahead and step away again here for a few minutes. I'll be popping back on here in just a few more minutes as, again, these storms begin to approach Lincoln and Lancaster County. But again, right now, the main threat with these as they continue to push to the east is going to be damaging winds, locally heavy rain, also going to be possible, as well as some dangerous lightning as well. So again, for folks, and again, in the eastern quarter of the state, Lincoln, Beatrice, up towards Columbus, Norfolk, again, you need to be moving inside if you're outside for whatever reason here in the next few minutes as these storms get ready to rumble through. So like I said, we'll go ahead and we'll pull up just the looping radar here so folks can keep an eye on that. And again, for now, we'll just kind of let you watch the looping radar. We'll pop back in here as these storms continue to approach Lincoln and Lancaster County. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Meteorologist Bill Rentschler in the 1011 Now streaming studio, just a couple minutes past the top of the hour. Wanted to continue to bring you some updates on the severe weather that we have rolling through parts of central and eastern Nebraska. And first, start off with some good news, and that is that the severe thunderstorm watch that we had across the area has been trimmed up. Some counties across parts of central into southwestern Nebraska have been removed from the severe thunderstorm watch. So again, that is the good news. We still have that in place, though, for kind of the eastern third of the state, including Lincoln and Lancaster County, until 11 p.m. this evening. So still expecting some storms to roll through the area that could produce strong to severe thunderstorms, damaging wind gusts, maybe some large hail, locally heavy rain, dangerous lightning continue to be our primary threats here over the next several hours. Again, but storms are moving very quickly out there tonight. So again, not expecting this to be, again, a night that lasts necessarily all night. But again, storms are also beginning to approach the Lincoln area. So if you look at Lincoln's sky view right now, this is the current view looking to the west and southwest. Starting to get dark on the horizon again. Sunset is in just a few minutes in the Lincoln area. But again, you can see some of those storms on the horizon. I can actually pull up right now. This is the York camera. This is the view right now in York where there is some ongoing heavy thunderstorm activity. Let's see if I can't pull up. This is Grand Island, kind of on the backside, as storms have kind of already pushed through the Grand Island area and now beginning to push out of the Grand Island area. This is the view currently in Hastings. Again, you can see some mammatus there in the Hastings area, so that's always a pretty picture. This is the view from kind of downtown Hastings, Burlington Avenue. Again, you can see the streets are wet, dark skies on the horizon, but storms have already pushed through there and are beginning to push out of that area. And so that's some of our views from just, again, across the immediate area. Again, back here in Lincoln, skies looking dark on the horizon as storms are getting ready to push back into the area. So go ahead and, again, continue to run through our graphics here. Temperatures still in Lincoln in the upper 70s. Southeast winds continue, still gusting up to around 20 to 25 miles an hour. You can see temperatures across the state still in the 70s and even right around 80 degrees for parts of eastern and southeastern Nebraska. Temperatures behind the cold front that's pushing through with the rain-cooled air cooled back to the upper 50s and low 60s. And again, there you can see the change in the wind direction. Again, really gusting out of the northwest across parts of northwestern Nebraska, and then more out of the west, in variable direction, but generally we'll see our winds swing around from the south, a little bit more to the west, and then eventually to the northwest as that cold front pushes on through. So again, here's a look at the current satellite and radar picture, again, statewide view, and again, we still have really the strongest part of this storm being across kind of the southern edge of the line and down across parts of south central Nebraska. So we do have a couple warnings we want to let you know about. If I can get my query tool pulled up here. So this first one is for parts of Madison, Cumming, Colfax, Platte, Dodge, Seward, Butler, Saunders, and Stanton County, kind of there in northeastern Nebraska. That warning goes until 7:45. I lost it there. Let me get it back highlighted for you so you can see that warning. And that goes until 7:45. According to the National Weather Service, this thunderstorm was located 5 miles northwest of Osceola and moving northeast at 80 miles an hour. What's that?
So, I would just like you to know and your viewers to know that we're going to be going on at 7:10.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, and we'll stay on during the national break, Big Brother, and then I'm going to throw everybody back to the 1011 Now live stream.
Correct.
And you're getting severe weather information.
Correct.
I need to run things back.
Nope. I'm getting the severe weather information.
So 7:10, we'll go on.
7:10. All right. So that was Chief Meteorologist Ken Chimick. Again, he'll be doing a cut-in here in just a few minutes at 7:10. Again, Big Brother is currently airing on CBS. So again, this is a platform where we don't have to necessarily cut in over Big Brother. So again, we'll kind of push people to the live stream here on 1011now.com, 1011's streaming platforms, Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, a whole bunch of those streaming apps, YouTube, and folks can watch the streaming coverage of the severe weather there as well. So we also have the ability, I can put a little bug on our over-the-air signal with a QR code that lets people know, hey, we are live, and this is what we're talking about, and this is where you can watch us. So let me get that set up right now so I can display that little bug. So if you ever see that, that's me pushing that bug out. Okay, so back to our severe thunderstorm. So again, this one, that's impacting Madison, Cumming, Colfax, Platte, Dodge, Seward, Butler, Saunders, Stanton County. According to the Weather Service, is moving northeast at 80 miles an hour. So again, if the storm itself is moving 80 miles an hour, you can bet that it's going to have some pretty strong winds with it. And again, that is the main threat with these, is 70 mile an hour wind gusts, as well as some penny-sized hail that's 3/4 inches in diameter. Kind of as we expected, again, as this line has really developed, we've seen the threat for large hail diminish. We've seen the threat for damaging wind gusts increase. If we go back just a little bit further to the south, oh, that's the same one. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Butler, northwestern Lancaster, Saunders, and Seward County. That is until 7:45 Central Time. And according to the National Weather Service, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 5 miles east of Benedict to 6 miles south of Waco to 3 miles north of Fairmont, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So again, main hazards with these: wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour, penny-sized hail. Again, that's 3/4 of an inch in diameter. But again, even if you have penny-sized hail getting blown around at 60 miles an hour, that can certainly do some damage. Again, we have one final warning, I believe, here on the very southern edge of this line for parts of Fillmore, Nuckolls, Thayer County. Again, you can kind of see it outlined in white here, right here. And that warning, again, for eastern Clay, eastern Nuckolls, southern York, Fillmore, Thayer County until 7:30, so for about another 20 minutes. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Waco to near Hardy, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Main hazards with this is 70 mile an hour wind gusts as well as quarter-sized hail as those storms continue to push to the east. So again, those are really the 3 or 4 severe thunderstorm warnings that we currently have on the board right now. Again, the southern end continues to be the little bit more robust end of this line of storms. One thing I do want to point out, get some of those really, really strong wind gusts associated with that storm as well. Really quickly, I'm going to pull up our Mac Mini here so we can take a look again at some of the velocity data that we're seeing with these storms. So again, the storm that's going to be moving up towards the Columbus area here in just a few minutes. If I use my query tool, and again, keep in mind this is still several thousand feet off the air, above the ground as the radar beam travels, gets higher the further away it goes. And the radar is measuring winds between about 65 and 75 miles an hour just to the west right now of David City, just to the south of Columbus. And again, those strong winds are currently, again, with this storm, are pushing to the north and east, and again, very quickly. So again, folks in Columbus have already seen this line of storms move through. Folks out ahead of this line across northeastern Nebraska, Clarkson, Dodge, Maple Creek, Schuyler, North Bend, Bellwood, David City, again, Rising City, the storm is moving through right now. Prague, Brainerd, Dwight, Ulysses, Staplehurst, Utica, Goner, Seward. You guys are all going to be seeing these line of heavy thunderstorms move through in just the next few minutes. So again, continue to kind of make sure you have multiple ways to get your weather information. Again, we're still going to keep an eye on some of these stronger thunderstorms down across south central Nebraska into northern Kansas. Again, as all this activity moves, then the whole line is moving to the east. The individual cells, again, kind of continue to move to the north and east. Again, it's this activity that right now is down near Geneva and Hebron, is what we could end up seeing move through Lincoln and Lancaster County here over the next hour or so. Again, we had expected to see these thunderstorms move through about 7, 8, 9 o'clock time frame in Lincoln, and again, so the forecast has held true through this evening. Seeing some of those thunderstorms move through again at about the right time. So that's always some good news. Have that working out for us. But again, it's the southern edge of this line. Again, this really area that's bulging out, moving towards Columbus, David City. Again, eventually maybe towards the Fremont, West Point, Tacoma areas. That has produced a number of wind gusts up to 60, 65, close to 70 miles an hour. And it looks like Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick right now is doing a cut-in. Let's go ahead and bring you that live.
More severe weather coverage, 1011 Now live stream on the 1011 website. Keep it tuned here. We'll keep you updated.
It looks like we just missed Ken's cut-in, but again, tossing basically to the coverage that we are currently doing right now on the live stream. And so I just actually sent out our little bug notification on the over-the-air signal. So maybe you'll see it, maybe you won't. But again, right now we are live on 1011's live platforms. Again, live stream on 1011now.com. Our streaming apps, Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV. We're live on YouTube right now. And so live in many different places covering the severe weather that we have rolling through over the next hour or two. Again, this is only going to be for another about two or so hours, maybe 3 hours, as these storms are racing through the area. But again, producing some damaging wind gusts, some locally heavy rain. In fact, let me see if I can't pull up some observed rainfall so far today to see what these storms have been doing. Let me see here. Oh, come on, computer. Okay. Oh, well, I just played our Skycast. That's not what I wanted. All right. That's precipitation yesterday. Gosh darn it. We're struggling a little bit right now. The computers are failing me. And I think, you know what? Gosh darn it. I think it's my laptop that's currently is what is failing me. So let's go ahead and just pull up there we go. We'll just do this for right now, and we'll run with our radar scope because my weather graphics are not currently cooperating. So you can see again that strong line of storms. Again, it's this. Let me circle it here for you. Right up here, Columbus, David City. This area right here, that currently, again, according to the radar data, again, especially the velocity data, that is producing some of the strongest wind gusts in the area. Again, you can see this is the gust front right here. Again, it's right along this line. So folks in Schuyler are going to see it here in the next minute or a couple minutes. Folks in David City likely already seeing it right now as it's moving through Ulysses, Utica. Again, Columbus has already seen it. And again, if we measure some of these winds, they're still measuring about 65, so maybe close to 70 miles an hour along the leading edge. Some pockets maybe just over 70. So again, some really strong winds with this line as it continues to move through. Again, still a ways away from us here in Lincoln. Again, if we punch up the Lincoln sky view, this is the view that we have currently. Starting to see some lightning off in the distance. If I pan just to the right just a little bit, we'll go right there. So that kind of gives us a view of, again, looking basically almost due west. But we'll keep an eye on this view as storms continue to push through. Again, we showed you just a second ago York. I can't tell if York is offline or if it's still just raining that hard. But you can see pretty dark, pretty stormy there, at least at some time in York. I'm not sure if that's the current picture in York. There's the current picture again in Lincoln. Yeah, it looks like my York Skycam just went black there. So I'm still looking for my observed precip from today. Gosh darn it. Here we go. There we go. So, some pretty decent totals across the state. 1 inch at the Hastings Airport, 55 hundredths in Grand Island, 46 hundredths in Kearney, 84 hundredths in Ord. You got a little over a third of an inch in Albion. 28 hundredths in Beatrice was likely from earlier this afternoon. 1/100th officially at the Lincoln Airport, again likely from earlier this afternoon. But again, right now Hastings, the big winner again, and we desperately need the rain. Again, we'd like to see it without the severe weather, but we desperately need the rain. Again, Lincoln coming off the 12th driest September on record. So again, it's been a hot minute since we've had a good, decent amount of rain. So we do like to see that. Again, the one thing with these storms, they're moving through pretty quick. So there's the opportunity for some heavier rain. But again, limited by the fact that they are moving through so quickly. So that is some good news. Looks like we have Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick joining us now.
We could certainly use some good news. I'm just letting you know, and all of the folks that are following you, and you're doing a great job. First of all, thanks for the $20. We'll be cutting in to programming in at about 7:24. So we're trying to keep the cut-ins to a minimum because we know that you're on wall-to-wall here on the live stream. So we'll be cutting in at about 7:24 again, which will be the next break on Big Brother.
All right, in about 4 minutes again, so it'll be a national break in Big Brother.
Keep up the good work.
You as well, sir. Again, Ken's got the on-air stuff covered. I have the digital stuff covered. Again, and that's how we do things. Now you can see my Hy-Vee cup there right next to me as well. So again, going back here to the weather graphics. Again, that severe thunderstorm watch cleared for a lot of the western, central and western, southwestern counties. Still in effect for Lincoln, Lancaster County through 8 p.m. This evening, or excuse me, through 11 p.m. this evening. I actually need to get that off there. That's not correct. It's through 11 p.m. this evening. Is when that watch is for. Again, our primary threats over the next hour, 2 hours, is going to be damaging wind gusts and some locally heavy rain. But like I just mentioned, storms are moving through so quick, it might be hard to get some of that heavy rain. So you look at the satellite and radar picture again right now. Again, storms are moving quickly, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, according to the National Weather Service. And again, when the storms themselves are moving that quickly, it doesn't take a whole lot extra to get the really strong wind gusts that come along with it. So, again, that's something that we'll be dealing with here over the next few minutes. So let me see if I can't get... Yeah, there we go. I always like to do this if I can. So we'll break out the quad boxes. So now you can see again our more high resolution radar on radar scope in the top right corner of your screen. You got me in the top left corner. You got too much of me though. I'm going to adjust this camera view real quick. There we go. Zoom in just a little bit. Again, our weather graphics from our weather computers right below me. And then we also have a look, live look again at Lincoln Sky View there in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, looking almost to due west. Again, as we're watching these storms again approaching the area. I'm going to shift it a little bit more just to the right. There we go. Again, these storms, as you can see on the radar scope here, moving to the north and east. So again, the storms that we're keeping an eye on for Lincoln that could impact the Lincoln area are still down here near Geneva, Shickley, and Hebron. These are going to continue to move to the north and east, eventually into Saline, Seward County, Lancaster County, and again, for our neighbors just to the south, Beatrice, Gage County. Again, we're going to keep an eye on these storms that are even further to the south, across parts of northern Kansas still. Those are the storms that are going to potentially impact Wymore, Beatrice, DeWitt, those areas down into Gage and Jefferson counties as well. So again, still no severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln, but there is that one severe thunderstorm warning for at least northwestern Lancaster County that we are keeping an eye on. Again, storms potentially producing some strong wind gusts, some small hail. Again, the threat for hail has diminished as storms have congealed into this line. But we still have the threat for the damaging wind gusts. So that is something we're going to continue to watch. Okay, let me see here. Let me kind of just double check some of my data sources, make sure I'm not missing anything. A lot of warnings coming out. This has been one of the busier evenings of severe weather for us recently. And I believe Ken Chimick is going to be on here in just a minute. So we'll get ready to take him on his cut-in here in just 1 second as soon as he goes on, which should be right about now.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, this is meteorologist Ken Chimick with a quick weather update here and a reminder that continuing severe weather coverage by meteorologist Bill Rentschler is on the 1011 Now live stream on our 1011 website. Once again, we're looking at Skyview, looking back towards the west. Again, you can occasionally see some lightning. We're still talking about temperatures in the upper 70s here. We're still just to the east of an approaching cold front. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect for much of eastern Nebraska. This is going to go till 11 o'clock tonight. They've included now Douglas, Sarpy, and Cass County in this severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 11 p.m. It does include Lincoln and Lancaster County. We've got some warnings that we want to go through. Until 7:45, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of southwest Cumming, Colfax, southeast Platte, northwest Dodge, northwest Butler, and southeastern Stanton counties. That is until 7:45 for the possibility of 80-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail. These storms individually are moving to the northeast at about 80 miles an hour. A report from about 5 miles west-northwest of Columbus of a 68-mile-per-hour wind gust. So we are talking about damaging winds associated with these storms, dangerous lightning, torrential rains, and at times some very large hail. In this case, with that warning, it's penny-size hail. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for northwest Lancaster, portions of Seward, southeast Butler, and southwest Saunders until 7:45. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail with that as it moves northeasterly at 60 miles an hour. And then portions of Madison, Cumming, Colfax, Platte, Dodge, Seward, Butler, Saunders, and Stanton are all under this particular severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail moving to the northeast at 80 miles an hour. And you can just see here, this has just been added. That is a brand new tornado warning now for looks like portions of Butler County. So we're going to try and zoom into some of these areas. You can see the heavy thunderstorms that continue from north central portions of Kansas into south central southeastern Nebraska. Here is now the warning that you can see We're talking about Butler County here and portions of Saunders County. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning, so I'm going to step off the screen and we're going to keep you on the line here till I can get the updated information as far as that is concerned. But as we just mentioned, we've had at least the potential, according to radar, of up to 80-mile-per-hour winds, and that certainly would be doing plenty of damage. And so now the brand new tornado warning is for portions of southeast Butler and west central Saunders. We're unfortunately going to have to keep you on here a little bit past the break time. This is a new tornado warning for southeastern Butler, west central Saunders County until 8 o'clock. At about 7:26, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Brainerd, or about 8 miles southeast of David City, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this is the area right here that we're talking about. If you live in or near that polygon area, you need to be getting to your place of safety right now. Again, that's a tornado warning for southeast Butler and west central Saunders County in east central Nebraska, in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. So you can see that particular cell is to the north and northwest of Lincoln and Lancaster County. Once again, a line of extremely strong thunderstorms, again capable of 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds, and now this new tornado warning for southeast Butler and west central Saunders. Certainly going to have to keep an eye on that. Here's Lincoln, Lancaster County kind of centered up in your screen. You can see this line of storms. It continues to scream toward the east with individual cells moving to the northeast between 50 and 60 or 70 miles per hour, if not a little bit higher than that. So again, this is our heads up call here to kind of batten down the hatches for Lancaster County, perhaps for Gage County. So Lincoln Metro, you folks need to be aware that this line of severe storms is headed our way. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. You can see the warning that continues in effect until 7:45. This is absolutely more than likely to be extended past that 7:45 time frame. You can see on satellite radar now we're approaching 7:30. So again, heads up. These are very strong storms capable of producing up to 70 or 80 mile an hour straight line winds. And of course, we've got that new tornado warning, as I mentioned, for southeast Butler and west central Saunders. That's in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. Radar indicating potential rotation with this severe thunderstorm. Keep it tuned to 1011. We'll keep you updated.
That was Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick. Again, the cut in there. Again, currently Big Brother's on. So again, tried to get it in during the national break there. But again, going a little bit past that again, as we had a brand new tornado warning that was issued just during that cut in. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up again our radar scope here so we can take a look. This tornado warning up here just to the north and to the west of the Lincoln area. See if I can't get it. Here we go. Goes until 8 p.m. This is southeastern Butler County and west central Saunders County. Again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Brainerd, or 8 miles southeast of David City, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. Again, so this is radar indicated rotation. But again, the storm could be producing a tornado again at any moment. Again, you can see that little red box here. Let's zoom in. Again, that storm basically on the doorstep of the Brainerd area. Again, Prague also in this warning box. So again, if you are in this area, you need to be moving to your safe place in an interior room of your home, away from windows and walls. Again, a basement is best if you have it. If you don't have a basement, you can again get to the most interior room of your house, again away from windows and walls. Again, looking at the velocity signature with this, again with this line of storms, what we often can see is little mesovortices develop really right along the leading edge of this line. And so we can have these brief tornadoes that develop along the leading edge of the line. And this is exactly what we're seeing in this case. Again, you look at the velocity signature, there's not much of a couplet there, but again, these things can be very quick and can happen very quickly, and almost, again, you know, the radar scanning as fast as it can, but can almost be missed by the radar because they can be so quick and brief, intense spin-ups right along the leading edge of this line. And again, it's just to the north of Lincoln where we're seeing really some of the strongest activity with our thunderstorms this evening. So again, up from near Dodge towards Maple Creek. I've said your town's name a couple times before. Folks in North Bend, Prague, Brainerd. Again, as these storms continue to push to the north and east, these are going to be moving through your area here in the next few minutes. Dwight, Valparaiso, Weston, Malmo. Bruno, Aby, Linwood, Morse Bluff, Cedar Bluffs, Wahoo, Colon, Webster, Scribner, Snyder, Hupper, Yuling, Nickerson, Fremont. Again, these are the areas that are in line to see this, again, strong segment of thunderstorm activity move through the area. Again, for Lincoln, there is currently nothing threatening the Lincoln area at this very instant. Again, we still have these storms that are just off to our west. Again, if we go back to our quad boxes here, you can see the statewide view of the satellite and radar picture, again, in the bottom left there. Again, so most of central Nebraska is really clear. Western Nebraska is clear. But over the next hour or two, it's going to be, as we're pressing eastern Nebraska, that we're going to be dealing with these thunderstorms. So again, if we look at the Lincoln Skyview camera there in your bottom right, again, this is looking almost due west, and really starting to see some lightning begin to really pick up over the past even just a few minutes. But again, these storms are continuing to almost kind of move parallel to Lincoln. Again, it's a more northward push than an eastward push at this point. Again, the whole line itself, though, is going to continue to push from east to west across the region. So we're going to continue to watch this as it moves through the area over the next hour or two. But again, nothing threatening the Lincoln Metro right now. But again, those folks just to the north, across parts of Saunders County, up towards Dodge County, again, you're going to see some heavy thunderstorm activity in just the next few minutes. So again, that's something to watch out for. Again, further back down just to the south and to the west, we are looking at those thunderstorms moving through Geneva, Hebron, Fairmont. Again, also continuing to push to the north and east. And again, as the whole line continues to push to the east, this is what we're going to watch to potentially impact, again, the Lincoln and Lancaster County area as we head over the next hour or two. It does look like, did we potentially have a new warning that was just issued? Let me pull this up here. A couple of new things here. We did have a new warning issued. Let me pull up our graphics here, full screen. We had a new warning issued. Oh, dang it. Okay. Well, that's not going to work. So let's just go over to this. We had a new warning that was issued for parts let's see. I'm not sure what counties this is. This is Norfolk, Wayne, and Stanton in the northeast Nebraska. So this box right here. So again, Norfolk, Windside, Wayne, Laurel, Stanton, Wisner, Pender, Winnebago are included in this warning. Wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour, as well as pea-sized hail possible with that storm as it continues to push to the north and east very, very quickly. Gosh, I tell you what, this laptop computer is just not working well with me today. So I'm going to really quickly punch up Lincoln Skyview so I can come back over here. And so we can pull our graphics back up. Okay, so here's our graphics again. Okay, so this is the warning I just talked about. And I'm going to go ahead and put up our storm tracker radar. That's what I want. And let me zoom in on this. So yeah, Madison, Stanton, Thurston, and Wayne County, that warning is until 8:15 Central Time, so for about another 40 or so minutes. That storm is moving northeast at 65 miles an hour, so again, very fast-moving storms tonight across the area. Again, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Butler, Colfax, Dodge, and Saunders County. Still have that tornado warning for parts of Butler and Saunders County. Again, that is still radar-indicated rotation that has prompted that warning. So again, no tornado has been observed with that, but again, still that storm could produce a tornado at any moment. And again, we shift on back here down to the south. And this looks like one of the new warnings that I wanted to talk about. This is, I'm going to turn off my lightning here so we can get a better look at it. So this right here, I can pull up my little pointer, is one of our new warnings. This is for Lancaster, Saline, and Seward counties, and that goes until 8:15 this evening. Again, this is something we'll keep an eye on potentially if it could impact the Lincoln metro area. Again, this is a cluster of storms moving to the northeast at 65 miles an hour. So again, main hazards are going to be 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, as well as some penny-sized hail, again, locally heavy rain. And again, you can see I turned off the lightning, but there's quite a bit of lightning in these storms across the area tonight as well. In fact, if I just zoom out a little bit, I'm going to turn off. Have a good night, Chase. See, Chase works hard on the weekends when there's lots of sports, and then these are the nights that we work hard in the weather department. All right, so if I can do this little query box here, and I can tell you over the last few minutes, there's been 621 lightning strikes in that red box there of these storms stretching from just to our northwest down towards about the Kansas-Nebraska border. So again, a lot of lightning out there tonight. Again, if I punch up, let's see here. If I punch up our quad boxes, again, we can still see some pretty decent lightning currently ongoing still across the storms just to our west, again, that we can see from Lincoln Skyview. So again, that's always a nice view, and that's something we'll continue to keep an eye on. But again, let's see. All right, let's kind of get reset here for just a second. So here's our observed precipitation so far today. Again, we won't get an update on this until the top of the hour, so this is the same as it was a few minutes ago, but 1 inch of rain so far in Hastings. Chase has got the umbrella because he knows what he's doing. He doesn't want to get wet. Still just 1/100th here in the capital city, and that was from earlier this afternoon. Severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect for the eastern third of the state. We did actually have an update on that. Omaha, as well, it looks like Sarpy, Douglas, Cass counties were added to the severe thunderstorm watch. Again, that's just to the east of the Lincoln area. And again, this watch, I should say, not these watches, this watch, let me just double check here, goes until 11 p.m. Central. So for about another 3 hours and change for the eastern third of the state, and that includes Lincoln and Lancaster County. And again, we're likely to see our thunderstorms roll into the area over the next half an hour to an hour or so. But that's current look at the severe thunderstorm watch. Again, here's the wide view, the satellite and radar picture. Again, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings along this line of storms that we've had. Again, initially developing across parts of western, southwestern Nebraska into central Nebraska. Again, initially we saw a lot of large hail with these storms when they developed as discrete cells. But again, as the forecast had said, we're expecting this sort of congealing into a line of storms, and that's what we have out there right now tonight. So a good old-fashioned squall line currently moving through parts of eastern Nebraska with warnings basically up and down that line. Now we are expecting eventually, as storms continue to push to the east, these will eventually weaken. Again, like I just showed you in the severe thunderstorm watch, there is a reason why not all of southeastern Nebraska all of southeastern Nebraska is not in the severe thunderstorm watch. And that's because we still are expecting some weakening with these storms as they continue to push to the east. It's just how long they can continue to push to the east, how long can they manage before they really start to weaken. And so, and that is why we don't have every single county in southeastern Nebraska that is currently under that watch. So here's a look at SkyCast. Again, this is actually an hour ago. So this is the rapid refresh model. So this is 8 o'clock p.m. on our rapid refresh model. Again, doing a pretty decent job, I would say, displaying real-world conditions. Basically that line stretching from up near Norfolk down through Columbus and then just to the west of Lincoln and then down towards the Hebron area. So if we take this through time, we go from 8 to 9. Again, it's between those 2 hours. So again, probably about 8:15 maybe or so, 8:30 that we see this line eventually push into Lincoln. So again, Ken's already been popping off and popping on the on-air signal, again, kind of giving everyone in Lincoln a heads up. Again, if you have anything maybe left out on the deck, if the trash can's still out on the curb, now's your opportunity. You have another, again, half hour, 45 minutes or so to go retrieve those items that are not, again, strapped down, because we could see some pretty strong wind gusts move through the Lincoln area here as these storms move through. So that's 9 o'clock. So again, storms pushing through Lincoln and Lancaster County between 8 and 9 p.m. As we go towards the 10 o'clock hour, again, these storms, remember, are moving to the north and east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. So 10 o'clock, we still have some lingering activity across far eastern Nebraska into the southeastern part of the state, including into Lincoln and Lancaster County. So again, still dealing with some lingering thunderstorm activity. By 11 o'clock, though, you can start to see, again, northeastern Nebraska beginning to clear out. Southeastern sections of the state still dealing with lingering thunderstorm activity, as, again, activity will continue to push up to the north and east from down in Kansas. So, again, we'll still see some activity there into the southeast corner of the state by 11 o'clock. By midnight tonight, again, still some lingering activity. The bulk of it, though, has pushed out of the state by 1 a.m., Again, we continue to see this activity really push out of the area with just really some isolated lingering stuff left over. 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and then generally through the overnight hours, things should be fairly quiet across much of the state. And then certainly by sunrise on Wednesday, we should be dealing with fairly quiet start to our Wednesday. So that is the good news. If you look at lows expected for tonight, again, talking temperatures, it should be fairly comfortable, cool. Coolest readings will be in the western half of the state, where they're going to get rid of the cloud cover a little bit earlier. Again, so look for temperatures low to mid 40s for kind of the western third of the state. The central third of the state, we're looking at mid 40s to low 50s. And then the eastern third of the state, we're looking at generally low 50s to right around 60 degrees for our morning lows on your Wednesday. And then behind this front, again, as it continues to push through, behind this front, again, we'll see much cooler, more seasonal, more comfortable conditions as we head into the day on your Wednesday. Look for highs to be very typical of early October, upper 60s to low 70s. Again, not dealing with the 80s and 90s that we had been dealing with just a few days ago. So that is some good news, some cooler weather. We will be getting some cooler weather out of some of these strong thunderstorms that we have moving through. Looks like we just did have another severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. Let's go ahead and zoom in here and take a look. Again, it does look like this is going to potentially include parts of the Lincoln metro area. This is, again, for the really kind of the northwestern corner of Lancaster County. Let me go ahead and here and turn on my storm tracker radar. There we go. And yeah, so we have until 8:15. No, that's not right, is it? Yeah, until 8:15. So for half an hour for Lancaster, Saunders, and Seward County. And this warning says at 7:43, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 2 miles east of Dwight to 3 miles south of Garland to 2 miles southwest of Milford, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Our main hazards will be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Yeah, so this includes areas like northwestern Lincoln, Seward, Milford, Ceresco, Valparaiso, Beaver Crossing, Malcolm, Garland, Pleasantdale, Raymond, Dewey, Goner, Lincoln Airport, Emerald, Branched Oak State Recreation Area, and Pawnee State Recreation Area as well. I want to try one more time to see if I can't pull up that Beaver Crossing Skycam. In my program, it wasn't showing up, but it might get it to show up over here. Oh my. So I just added the Beaver Crossing on the tower in Beaver Crossing. You can see it there on the top right. And again, it is dark. Again, you couldn't really see a whole lot on this Beaver Crossing Skycam. It had a great view of the farm fields, and there's a view to the interstate just to the north, but there's really no city lights or discernible necessarily lights that you could see from the Skycam. And so you can see it is just black, but again, it is a lot of lightning out there. So again, camera is lighting up pretty good, and so that's what it currently looks like right now in Beaver Crossing. So, and again, Beaver Crossing just to the west of Lincoln, just to the south of Interstate 80 is where Beaver Crossing is. So I'm glad I was able to pull that up. So I'm going to put that right there. Let me see. Again, appreciate everyone sticking with me here. I'm trying to do everything all by myself. I'm going to pull this up. Again, we kind of got it cut off a little bit, but now you got the Lincoln Skyview camera in the box that's just right below me there, so you can kind of see what's going on as we look to the west here in Lincoln. So again, we just had that brand new severe thunderstorm warning issued. It does include northwestern Lincoln, Lincoln Airport, northwestern Lancaster County as well. Again, the storm is moving to the east at 50 miles an hour, 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Going to be the primary threat, along with penny-sized hail. So again, still have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that are out along this line. Again, stretching all the way down into northern Kansas, where we have a warning for Republic County for another 12 or so minutes. Again, these won't be the strongest of thunderstorms that we've ever had move through the capital city. Again, 60, 65 mile an hour wind gusts, but again, those are certainly enough to toss around some tree branches, certainly to blow some of the leaves off some of the trees. Again, if you have any Halloween decorations that are maybe out in the yard, I know I've seen a lot of inflatable Halloween decorations, trampolines, anything like that. Again, this is your kind of early notice that if you can, to bring that inside. Because we will be seeing these stronger thunderstorms move through in just, again, the next half an hour to 45 minutes or so. Sorry, everyone. I'm just trying to keep track. We're live on the 1011. Live right now on 1011's live stream. So, again, that's the live stream player on the 1011 Now webpage. We're live on 1011's live stream player on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV. We're currently live on the 1011 YouTube channel as well. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, again, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Again, we always try and have some live coverage of severe weather on our YouTube channel as it warrants. Again, it's been a minute since we've seen a day like today where we have more widespread severe weather across the coverage area. Again, this started several hours ago, 3-4 hours ago now, where we had some numerous severe thunderstorms pop up areas off to our west, across parts of, again, western, southwestern, central sections of the state. And we've just been watching as this line of stronger thunderstorms has continued to push across the coverage areas. So, and again, we'll stick with you as at least as it moves through Lincoln, because again, once it moves through Lincoln, things should be wrapping up fairly shortly thereafter. So let me see. I want to go back to my statewide view of my satellite radar, so we can leave that up. And I want to go back to our quad boxes here. Again, and I want to take a look at, again, just zooming out, again, looking here on our radar scope, which again just gives us a slightly better tools to, again, examine the radar. Again, you can see that pretty stout line of storms, again, across the northeastern sections of the state. Again, Wayne, Laurel, up towards Hardington, Verdigris, Plainview. Again, there's not as much severe activity. Again, atmospheric environment just not quite as favorable as you go further to the north. But again, still have decent amount of of support in the atmosphere across really the southern sections of the state. And you go back and you look down. Let me turn the radar on here down in Kansas. And we can see that line again still extends all the way down. I mean, quite a ways, all the way down to almost to Dodge City. So again, you zoom out. This is all of Nebraska, all of Kansas. And we have thunderstorms stretching from, again, South Dakota with this line all the way down here to near Dodge City, Garden City, just to the west of Wichita. So again, a pretty stout line of storms. Again, moving quickly, generally moving to the northeast. Again, according to the National Weather Service, these are moving 45, 55, 60 miles an hour to the north and east. And then again, the whole line continues to push kind of west to east, being pushed by the cold front. That's, again, moving from west to east across the state. That will be bringing us the cooler temperatures as we head over the coming days. All right, so again, if we zoom in here, Lincoln, Lancaster County, kind of get a picture of these storms beginning to enter western Lancaster County. So again, folks in Malcolm, Raymond, Pleasantdale, Denton, Davie, you're going to see these storms move in first. Go ahead and put it into motion here. Again, you can still see, again, moving. It's got that northeastward movement. Again, the northeastern part of the county is going to see it, or northwestern part of the county is going to see it first before they see it in the west central part of the county. But again, it's pushing over the Lancaster County border, so it's going to be moving our way here shortly. Again, northwestern Lancaster, and northwestern Lincoln currently under a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. Most of Lincoln is not under a warning as of yet. That likely will change, though, especially once we glide past the 8 o'clock hour. I want to do dual panes here. I want to, again, take a look at some of the wind speeds that the radar is measuring with this line of thunderstorms as it's moving through. And the good news is, at least, again, just at an initial blush here, brush, I think not blush, I'm sorry. I've been talking a lot the last couple minutes. We still have some pockets of some really strong winds. Again, back near the Seward area, just to the west of Malcolm. And again, keep in mind, this isn't moving due east. It's moving to the north and east. But this pocket of really strong winds being measured by the radar, measuring anywhere from 60 to 68 or so miles an hour. And again, that's several thousand feet aloft is what those winds are, or where those winds are being measured. So again, if you mix down to the surface, again, there's more friction. Again, so the winds aren't quite as strong, but we're still looking at, again, winds gusting up to around 60 miles an hour, likely in the Seward area, in the Staplehurst area. So again, still some pretty strong winds being measured by the radar just to the west of Lincoln, again, over near Seward. So again, still have that threat for those really strong wind gusts. So again, pulled the quad boxes back up. So again, you can see the statewide radar. We can look at the Lincoln Skyview. And again, we have our radar scope pulled up here as well. Well, it looks like Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick is currently on. Let's go to him real quick.
Portions of Kansas again until 11 p.m. this evening, and you can see some counties in southeastern Nebraska, including the Douglas County and Omaha area that weren't included earlier, have been included now as severe thunderstorms continue to race towards the east and northeast. Here's a look at the statewide satellite radar, and you can see the line of intense to severe thunderstorms, all of the orange yellow polygons indicating severe weather warnings right now, all the way from near Concordia back up through the Norfolk areas and points to the north and west of Omaha. We'll zoom in on some of these storms. Northwest Republic County and north central Kansas, severe thunderstorm warning until 8 o'clock, 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail possible there. We also have severe thunderstorm warning until 8 o'clock for portions of Clay, Nuckolls, Fillmore, and Thayer County for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch size hail there. We also have the warning, I'm going to back up, the warning severe thunderstorm for northwest Lancaster, central Seward, and southwest Saunders County. That's in effect until 8:15 this evening for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail, and some of these storms are eventually going to affect the Lincoln area. Then we'll zoom up a little bit towards the north. Portions of Madison, Cumming, Wayne, Pierce, Thurston, Cedar, and Stanton County all under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15 for 60-mile-per-hour winds. These storms racing to the north northeast between 50, 60, up to 70 miles per hour. And then we also have severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Burt, Cumming, Washington, Dodge, Seward, Douglas, Thurston, Saunders, and Stanton County in northeastern Nebraska. One more closer look into southeastern Nebraska. You can see how close these severe thunderstorms are getting to the Lincoln Metro. So far we've been fairly lucky, but these storms are going to continue the entire line, pushing towards the east while individual cells continue to race towards the northeast. So again, heads up. We've got some big storms headed our way into the Lincoln Metro. A reminder, 1011 Now live stream with meteorologist Bill Rentschler on our 1011 website. Complete wall-to-wall severe weather coverage there if you want your severe weather coverage to keep going. Keep it tuned to 1011. We'll keep you updated. Right now, back to regular programming.
All right, so that was Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick, again, who's in the 1011 Weather Center, again, taking care of the over-the-air coverage tonight. Again, we're in the 1011 Now streaming studio, again, with more continuing coverage of the severe thunderstorms as they continue to push through the region. Again, they're getting ready. They're trying to get ready to push through the Lincoln area here over probably the next half an hour or hour or so. And so, again, we'll have coverage as these storms continue to push through during that time. Again, we'll kind of bounce back and forth again between me here, again, bouncing through some different things. Let's link in Skyview, radar scope graphics, again, my weather weather graphics from my weather computer, and we'll pop in and follow along with Ken again as well as he cuts in. Again, if you're watching on the 1011 live stream, again, on 1011now.com or on our other streaming platforms, including Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, as soon as Ken cuts in, again, you'll see Ken. But again, if you're with me on YouTube, again, we got to kind of watch, and then I got to and route him in as soon as that happens. So let me see here. We just had, I believe, another severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of eastern Nebraska. This, let me see. Well, first of all, I'll show you this. Again, we had the 8 o'clock update from the Storm Prediction Center. So, again, they really tailored that slight risk now, stretching from northeastern Nebraska down kind of towards south central Nebraska. Again, Lincoln included in that slight risk. But, again, you can see no more enhanced risk from the Storm Prediction Center. So, again, this is what the severe thunderstorm watch looks like until 11 p.m. tonight. Again, we did have a few counties added. Looks like we actually had a few more counties added. So now we have the Omaha Metro, so Sarpy and Douglas. Now we have Cass and Odo, as well as Johnson and Nemaha counties, Johnson and Pawnee counties added to this severe thunderstorm watch as well. So again, right now the only two counties not in severe thunderstorm watch in southeastern Nebraska is Nemaha and Richardson counties in extreme southeastern Nebraska. So that may change. Again, we've been adding counties as we've gone along tonight, but that is something, again, I'll keep a close eye on. Again, this is a live look from Lincoln Skyview. Again, right now, 8 o'clock, top of the hour. Again, we have lightning just off to the west. These storms continue to push through. In Lincoln, it's 79 at the airport, 77 at the studio. Gusty winds out there. Temperatures 50s, 60s, 70s. Right now, Lincoln is the warm spot at 79 degrees, and you can see variable winds as this cold front continues to push through the state. So here's the satellite and radar picture. Again, statewide view. Again, I do want to zoom in because we did have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. And let me pull it up here. I'm going to pull up our storm tracker radar again. And so this latest warning is for Jefferson and Saline County until 9 p.m. tonight. And so, again, the information for this was severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Dakin to 3 miles south of Gilead to 2 miles west of Narca, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Main hazards are going to be 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. That's 1-inch in diameter hail, as well as areas of dangerous lightning and torrential rain. So locations impacted include Fairbury, Wilbur, DeWitt, Plymouth, Western, Dakin, Endicott, Jansen, Swanton, Reynolds, Swan Creek Wildlife Management Area, Alexandria State Recreation Area, Rock Creek Station, State Historical Park, Cub Creek Recreation Area, Crystal Springs Campground, Buckley Creek Recreational Area, Camp Jefferson, and Gladstone. So again, multiple locations impacted there with that severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson and Saline counties until 9 o'clock tonight. So that is the latest warning that we currently have. All right, so let's meander on back here closer to Lincoln. We have another, again, this bottom one that we see highlighted. Severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15, another 13 minutes for Lancaster, Saline, and Seward County. And the latest information on that is, again, you have a thunderstorm located a line extending from near Beaver Crossing to 5 miles south of Friend to 4 miles southeast of Ohio, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail possible with that storm. Again, and then the thunderstorm warning above that, also until 8:15 for northwestern Lancaster, Saunders, and Seward counties. Again, at the latest check, 7:44, so it was a few minutes ago. They have that storm moving east at about 50 miles an hour. So again, a pretty quick-moving storm there. And again, you can see all the lightning associated with those storms just to the west of the Lincoln area. So we zoom out again, take a look. We're going to travel further north. It looks like, again, this looks like a newer warning here, a bigger warning. This is for parts of let's see, Burt, Cumming, Washington, Dodge, Douglas, Thurston, and Saunders County. So this was just about 10 minutes ago. That storm moving northeast at 65 miles an hour, expecting 60 mile an hour wind gusts, as well as some small hail. And again, that wind threat is not radar indicated, but rather it is observed. And then that last severe thunderstorm warning here, which I wouldn't be surprised if they let that one expire just a little bit earlier. It looks like the most intense part of that storm for Cedar, Cumming, Thurston, Wayne County has moved out of that warned area. But again, you can see severe thunderstorm warnings stretching basically from the South Dakota border all the way down to the Kansas border. As well as these storms continue to roll through the area. Really quickly, again, want to go back to the Lincoln Skyview camera here. Again, this is a live look, Lincoln Skyview looking to the west. Could start to see in a little bit of the base maybe of those thunderstorms as we look to the west. And again, we still see a decent amount of lightning. Maybe not quite as much as we were seeing earlier, but again, there is lightning off to the west. So again, these storms still expected to move through the Lincoln area here in the next half an hour to an hour. Excuse me. So I'm gonna go back to our Mac Mini here and our radar scope, which again, and you can see if I pause this radar, most recent scans of this radar again have this line just probably in far western reaches of Lincoln. But again, it's already moved through Malcolm. It's already moved through Raymond, Davie, Ceresco. You guys are next as this storms continue to push to the north and to the east across the area. Wahoo is going to see this line move through here in just the next few minutes. Fremont, again, also you guys are going to see this line move through in the next few minutes. Continuing further north, Nickerson, Craig, Oakland, Tacoma, Decatur, Rosalie, northeastern Nebraska. Again, that's where we have that. If you go back further to the south, again, Fairbury. Again, folks in Fairbury are going to see, it looks like a pretty stout little cell here. I'll highlight this. Again, some of these darker reds and pinks, where we could maybe see a little bit of larger hail with that thunderstorm, maybe some quarter-inch hail with that. That's just moving over the border into Jefferson County. So again, that's just to the west of Fairbury. But again, folks in Fairbury are going to see some heavy thunderstorm activity here in the next few minutes. DeWitt, Wilbur, Crete, Hallam, and a few more minutes after that. Denton. So again, that's kind of what it looks like, kind of going up and down that line. Again, we're looking at 60 to 65 mile an hour wind gusts likely with this activity as it moves through. Nothing that we haven't seen before or dealt with before. But again, this is your heads up. Again, if you got Halloween decorations outside, if you got anything outside, again, it could get tossed around. The trash can hasn't gotten brought in yet. This is your chance to again run out and do it. I certainly hope. Again, my wife's at home right now, and I hope she's brought in the trash can. It was out this morning, but hopefully it does. Also, again, ahead of this line, we are seeing a few other little storms develop. Again, that's across parts of Cass Odo. So that's Odo and Johnson, Pawnee, Johnson. I'm not 100% sure of my counties anymore. Hold on 1 second. Let me get my cheat sheet. Here we go. I got my cheat sheet. It was Pawnee. It's Johnson and Pawnee. There we go. Okay. So yeah, that's where we sit. That is currently where we sit. So we'll come back here, turn off my picture-in-picture. And again, I'm just going to let this sit for just a few minutes. And we'll be back here again. We're not going to let you go before this moves into Lincoln, but I got to go grab a drink of water, and we'll give you a minute here, and we'll be right back.
Good evening, everyone. Ken Chimick here once again with a quick weather update. We're looking at current conditions in the capital city. Sky view pointed towards the north and west at 12 minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock. We are still ahead of that frontal boundary. We're talking about temperatures that are still in the upper 70s here at the studio, but we're down to the upper 60s out at the Lincoln Airport, and the winds are beginning to swing around. So that front is now moving through the Lincoln area, west-northwest at 16, gusting to near 40 miles an hour. So again, we're going to be looking at some heavy thunderstorm activity, although the storms, as a general rule, appear to be weakening a bit from how strong they were earlier in the evening. Severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect for much of eastern Nebraska and eastern portions of Kansas until 11. As we mentioned, here's that line of storms that continues to work its way towards the east and northeast. Again, still have several severe thunderstorm warnings, including for portions of Lancaster County. A lot of these are going to expire as of 8:15. We'll see if they get reissued, but certainly these storms get closer and closer to the Lincoln Metro as we speak. So certainly be ready for some very heavy thunderstorms, perhaps some 60 or 70 mile per hour winds, small size hail, and torrential lightning as we move through the next hour or two. New warning just off to our south. Stay tuned to 1011. We'll keep you updated.
And welcome back, everyone. Again, that was Chief Meteorologist Ken Chimick. He's got you covered with the on-the-air weather cut-ins today, and I have you covered from the 1011 Now streaming studio. Again, our digital desk streaming live right now on 1011's live streaming platforms, which you can find online. Again, 1011now.com. Again, your Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, all those streaming services. There's likely a 1011 app on there, and again, that's where you can find us currently live. Again, also streaming live currently on the 1011 YouTube channel as well. Again, we just saw there with Ken, again, looking at the Skyview camera. Again, you can start to see those storms beginning to kind of push into western parts of Lancaster County. Again, this is, again, a really zoomed in look on our radar scope, again, of that activity. I'm going to switch it around, though, and actually we're going to go back to our weather graphics here, so I can actually go street view with some of this. And again, we haven't had any new severe thunderstorm warnings issued here in the last few minutes. We do still have the one that is for northwestern Lincoln and Lancaster County. And again, you zoom in here, and if we just go ahead and set the video to now, and I actually just got a report from colleague Sean Wheat that Air Park is without power. So I'm just going to turn my microphone down here, or at least parts of Air Park are without power. Turn my microphone down here just 1 second. All right, just passing along that power outages to the reporters in the newsroom so they can track down. But again, if we zoom in and we go street level here on our storm tracker radar, again, you can see West Lincoln, Northwest Lincoln, seeing again the rain begin to move in, and obviously some decent wind gusts. Again, if we at least have some sporadic power outages, according to again my colleague Sean Wheat. Let me see here. Ooh, yes. That would be good. Again, if you ever have any pictures or video that you can send to us safely, you can do that on Burst. You can submit those on the 1011 Weather app. We'd love to see it. Again, that's something we would try and pull up here while we're doing our streaming. So again, Western Lincoln, Northwestern Lincoln, again, already seeing some of the rain move in, and some of the rain-cooled air as well. Again, Ken mentioned it, and he showed it there just a second ago when he did his cut-in on the air. But this is, again, live look, Lincoln sky view. Again, you can see some of the low scud clouds there kind of moving in over Lincoln as this cold front is really knocking on our doorstep, and we know that, and we can say that because if you look at the temperature right now at the Lincoln Airport, it is 68 degrees, and that was as of the top of the hour. I'm actually going to pull up here. The airport has basically every 5 minutes or so observations here in our weather program. We get it not quite that much, but at 8:05 at 8 o'clock, top of the hour, it was 79 degrees at the Lincoln Airport. And then 75 at 8:05, and now 68 as of 8:10, the last report. And just getting some reports here from our anchor Madison Pitch that LES is reporting 858 people without power near Huskerville, which again, if I pull up our radar here again, let me pull our storm tracker. I actually had Huskerville on my map there for just a hot second. But it looks like, again, as this is pushing in, it looks like, again, we're past 8:15 when we had some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, and a lot of them have expired. So, again, Huskerville right here, just to the northwestern corner of Lincoln. Again, just south of 34, really going street level. So you're talking northwest 48th Street. Again, where we have almost 1,000 people without power, according to LES. And if I put this into loop mode, you can see over the last hour is when they would have had at least that glancing blow from this main line of storms that we have moving through. So again, undoubtedly they likely had some pretty strong wind gusts pop up. So, oh gosh, I got a lot of people messaging me here. So let's see. We can actually pull up the outage map from LES. So let's go ahead and do that. We can pop that up. I'll pop myself back on here. So again, this is the LES outage map. Again, if you have a power outage, you're just supposed to call LES and let them know. Again, you can report your outage at 888. The phone number is 888-365-2412, a toll-free number. So again, we can see Huskerville, just this area here, just west of the airport. Again, this looks like just north of West Adams Street, out there towards Northwest 70th Street, is where this power outage is currently being reported. But again, obviously that is the only one as of right now, but that's a decent amount of people who are currently without power. So thank you, Madison Pitch, for sending me that. And I believe also too here, I have some pictures and video . Okay, so let's pull this in. This was at about 6:30, and this is video. I'm going to mute this video because I'm not sure what sound might be with it. 6:30 on the east side of Aurora. Let's take a look. Ooh, yeah. Decent hail there. Decent winds. Sheets of rain. Again, the hail doesn't have to be big. If the wind is blowing as strong as it is right here in this video. Again, this is near Aurora. Decent damage to siding, roofs, trees, tree damage. We get tree damage leads to power line damage, which is what we don't want to see. So that is, I got some good video there. That was from 6:30 this evening, so earlier this evening, near Aurora. So we'll continue to try and show you more video as we have it become available. So again, if you have pictures or video that you can send us safely, again, you can do that on the 1011 Now Weather app. Submit that through Burst. I believe you can also do it on the 1011 News app as well. So again, we would always take that. So again, coming back to the radar here. Again, West Lincoln currently. Chief Meteorologist Ken Chimmick's on. Let's go pop in and see what he has to say.
Portions of Lancaster County, Seward County, Saline County. So we would certainly expect thunderstorm activity very, very shortly here in the Lincoln Metro. And then we've got severe thunderstorm warnings that continue from just to the east of West Point all the way back towards Wahoo, and those storms are also racing off towards the east into Iowa. So one more look at southeastern Nebraska, Lincoln and Lancaster County. Again, these storms as of 8 o'clock continuing to rush through eastern, southeastern portions of the state. By the time we get to 10, you're going to see that activity continuing continuing to rush and push quickly towards the east and southeast, and by the time midnight rolls around, most of these storms should be out of our area. A reminder, the 1011 Now live stream with meteorologist Bill Rentschler ongoing with the severe weather coverage on our 1011 website, so check him out as well. Right now, back to regular programming.
All right. Appreciate Ken Chimick. Again, Chief Meteorologist Ken Chimick covering the on-air cut-ins and the on-air coverage tonight. Again, if you're watching on the 1011 live stream channels, which again is on our website, our streaming apps, Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, things like that, you'll see Ken as soon as he cuts in and as soon as he pops on. Again, for those folks who are with me currently on YouTube, again, I kind of keep an eye and try and see when I can see him. To try and bring you, again, his live cut-in that is currently, again, on the air. I'm also, again, you may have seen it pop on or pop off tonight. Again, we put, again, a little live bug, a little bug with a QR code on our over-the-air signal, just to let people know, hey, you can scan this right here, and this is where you can continue to watch some severe weather coverage. So that's all good things. Okay, so again, just to reiterate, right now we have storms knocking on the doorstep of Lincoln, currently pushing through northwestern Lancaster County. But the good news is the storms that were severe pushing into Lancaster County are no longer severe. So that is good news. We had expected some weakening of these storms as they push to the east, and again, are weakening from where they certainly peaked over the last hour or two as they push into Lincoln and western Lancaster County. So that is good news. We do still have one severe thunderstorm warning that is currently two severe thunderstorm warnings that are on the board. Thank you, Madison. Madison's got me covered with some water. Two severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently on the board. Both of these currently go through 9 p.m. this evening. Jefferson Saline and Gage Jefferson Saline are the two warnings. So again, the one that likely has the strongest cell in it is the one for Gage Jefferson and Saline. That goes through 9 o'clock as of 8:20, so it was just 4 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 4 miles west of Wilbur to near Plymouth to 4 miles southeast of Jansen, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour. So again, oh my, the hazards with this are 80 mile an hour winds and 1-inch hail, and that wind threat is an observed threat. So that means, again, they've seen wind gusts of 80 miles an hour reported, either by a spotter or someone, again, as those storms have moved through. So again, some pretty potent gusts with that little cell right there. So again, if we zoom in just a little bit, again, this is moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. So again, this will be impacting, right now, impacting Plymouth, Wilbur. Let me see here. DeWitt. Again, I have a brother who lives in DeWitt. So Dave, if you're watching, this is your shout out and your heads up. Claytonia, and then further upstream, areas like Hallam, Cortland, Pickerel. Again, northwestern Gage County, and then certainly southwestern Lancaster County could be impacted by this storm. So again, Hallam, Firth, Sprague, Roca, Hickman. I really don't want to see Roca get hit. Again, we were hoping to go to the pumpkin patch this weekend. But again, those are kind of the municipalities that are in the path, at least of that little stronger cell, which again is about ready to push over the into Gage County. Currently across parts of Saline and Jefferson County. And again, observed wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour with that storm. Again, if we zoom in a little bit closer here, and I'm going to change this so it is my Mac Mini. Zooming in, I think I just heard some thunder. Closer here to Lincoln. Again, we have storms beginning to move further into Lincoln proper, into the Lincoln Metro. And actually, I'm going to switch it back here. I want to go back to this. And so we can go street level on some of these storms as they move into Lincoln. Again, nothing severe right now, according to the Weather Service or anything like that. But again, all it takes is one report of winds gusting up to 60 miles an hour. So right now, in Lincoln at least, strongest storms basically kind of along and just to the west of Highway 34 as it kind of curves back to the north outside of town. I want to quickly pull up Lincoln Skyview, see what Lincoln Skyview looks like. Again, this is looking back to the west on Lincoln Skyview, and we can kind of swing it around to the look back to the north a little bit. And again, that's kind of what we see there, looking back over to the west. There we go. There we go. Okay. So again, we kind of put this back into loop mode. You can see over the last hour, those storms pushing across, again, western and northwestern Lincoln and northwestern Lancaster County. If we look back again to the south and west, starting to see a little bit more of an eastward push with these storms. So again, right now things are lined up basically along Highway 77 and back to the west. So again, it's kind of central and eastern Lincoln's turn to start getting in on some of this action. Again, if we go in, we can go street level here. We can set this to now. You can see, yeah, kind of right along and just to the west of 77, to the west of I-180, but again, all moving to the east and northeast now. But again, not severe right now, not trying to blow this out of proportion. It was severe, it's not anymore. Again, by far and away, the level of severity with these storms has waned over the last half an hour to an hour, especially compared to what they were an hour to an hour and a half ago as they were off to our west. But we'll stick with you again as these storms push through Lincoln. Again, likely to see gusty winds, potentially some periods of heavy rain mixed in there as well. Again, it looks like if we pull up our Skyview again camera. So this is the live look from 40th and Vine, and we're starting to see some rain falling now here in Midtown Lincoln. So not quite the round of severe weather we thought it could be for the Lincoln area, but I would rather have this, which is again some good rain, without the severe weather. So if anyone wants to call and complain about, you said there was going to be severe weather, I don't want there to be severe weather. If I can just get, if we can get a quarter, half inch of rain out of this, and, a few stronger gusts, I chalk that up as a win in my book. So yeah, there's a live look. Lincoln Skyview, 40th and Vine. Excuse me, rain coming down now. I'm going to check back here, see again. Excuse me. See if we've got any more pictures or video dropped in my folder. Don't see anything new. Again, the last thing that we had was this video from Aurora. Scrubbing water, scrubbing cough drop. She just wants me to say on air that I like her better than Cole. But yeah, this video we're watching now, 6:30, so about 2 hours ago. That was on the east side of Aurora. Certainly when the storms were a lot stronger than they are right now. So, back to Lincoln Skyview. We'll go back to our triple boxes. So I'll keep Lincoln Skyview in the box right there below me. And again, we'll loop this radar here, which is giving us the last hour. And again, to still have severe thunderstorm warning areas just to our south. Gage, Jefferson, Saline. And that warning again, let's see if I have any updated information on that warning. That was still as of 8:21, so that was about 10 minutes ago. And again, they had reported observed wind gusts of up to 80 miles an hour. So let's see if we can't pull up our storm reports over the last 3 hours. And of course, as soon as I do that, they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one for the southern sections Lancaster County. Oh, and it looks like Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick's on. Let's try and catch him while he's on.
Of Lancaster County. So we'll have to keep, we'll see where, try and get the updated information for you. Not coming across the screen right now, so I'm going to go ahead and do this, and we'll be able to say and let you know that the severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Gage, Johnson, Lancaster, and Odo is in effect until 9:15. That's 9:15, so that's the newest warning that has just come across the screen for southern Lancaster, northwestern Johnson, western Odo, and northern Gage until 9:15. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 5 miles west of Hallam to 4 miles southeast of DeWitt to 5 miles east of Harbin, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and penny-size hail possible with these storms. Keep it tuned to 1011. We'll keep you updated.
That was Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick. Again, he's got the on-air stuff covered. Again, we are in the 1011 Now streaming studio, streaming on 1011's streaming platforms. Again, on the website, on the streaming apps, as well as streaming right now on YouTube. And I can tell you just in the last few minutes, it's coming down real good now here at 40th and Vine. So heavy rain right now here in the studios. And Ken, we just heard Ken talking about it, but we had a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. This is until 9:15, so for another 40 or so minutes for southern Lancaster as well as northern Gage, and then also parts of Johnson and Odo counties until 9:15. At 8:30, a severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from 5 miles west of Hallam to 4 miles southeast of DeWitt to 5 miles east of Harbin, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Main hazards with this segment, this line, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This, according to emergency management, this storm has a history of producing widespread tree damage in Jefferson County. And so, again, that is the storm we just a few minutes ago talked about having 80-mile-an-hour observed wind gust. Now down, thankfully, down to about 70 miles an hour wind gust, but again, still observed penny-sized hail and likely some torrential rain and quite a bit of lightning mixed in there as well. But again, that looks like that strongest part of that storm is going to miss the Lincoln Metro just to the south. But again, still going to be impacting areas like Hallam, Hickman, Sprague, Firth, Roca, Bennett, Douglas, Burr, Sterling, Adams, Pickerel. Again, those locations across northern Gage into southern Lancaster, Panama, Unadilla, Palmyra. And again, looking at the radar data here, I have my radar scope pulled up, and again, looking at some of the velocity data. It is raining to beat the band outside right now. Nope, that's the wrong one. I want this one. Producer Matt, is it raining hard out there? Producer Matt just came in to the newsroom, and needless to say, he is very wet right now. Again, as it's raining hard right now in the capital city. Again, looking at the strongest part of the storm, we just got that new warning. Again, if we zoom in here, we look closer again, we can see Lincoln. We can see that warning just to our south. Again, you can see those areas I just went over being in the path of this storm. So if I go back a little bit to the south, to the west a little bit, I have my measuring tool here. This allows us to measure the upper level winds that the radar is detecting. Again, it's still likely a few thousand feet off the ground, but again, as you get closer to the ground, you would expect not quite that strong, but we're talking, if we're measuring 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts at a few thousand feet aloft, we could be seeing those 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts near the surface. And the good news is, at least with this latest radar scan, again, I'm not seeing any huge numbers with some of this data. Again, down near DeWitt, just south of DeWitt, some 60 to 65 miles an hour. Near Hallam, anywhere from 50 to 58 miles an hour. So that is some good news. Along the leading edge, again, we're kind of getting some of those numbers up around 60 miles an hour. So that is some good news. Maybe not quite as strong as it was maybe just a few scans ago. But I want to pull back up my weather graphics. Again, looking at this, I want to pull up our storm reports over the last several hours. And you can see these are the storm reports for the last 3 hours. Quite a few reports, especially across central Nebraska, when the storms were at their peak intensity. Haven't seen as many reports as those storms have been moving east. At least none that are showing up yet in my weather graphics. This is a look at the estimated rainfall that we've had fallen over the last 24 hours, but again, obviously covers some of the stuff we're doing. When you get to the yellows, and again, this is likely contaminated a little bit by some of the hail that we've seen in these storms, but when you get into the yellow, that's when we're kind of bordering right on the 1 inch mark in terms of hail, or in terms of estimated rainfall. But that is current. Let's look at the estimated rainfall. Let's go back though real quick again to the radar. Again, as it is raining very heavily right now in Lincoln. So let's go ahead and go street level view here. You can zoom in. You see Highway 34 cutting O Street, cutting Lincoln in half there. And again, just about all of Lincoln right now, seeing some moderate rain, likely some pockets of heavier rain mixed in there as well. Looks like just to the north of the College View neighborhood, just north of Nebraska Parkway. Some heavier amounts, looks like near 27th and A Street, where we have some of those red returns on the radar. It looks like a new scan there, so that heavier rain really just about at 40th and Vine, which again is where we are at the 1011 studios. So again, makes sense. I'm listening to it rain quite heavily, and the radar would be reflecting that as well. But again, most of Lincoln, or at least the northern half of Lancaster County, not under any severe warnings as of right now. Ooh, there's some thunder. I want to really quickly give this a refresh. Just looking at the LES power outage map. Still have the same amount of people, customers without power, about 858. And that's just kind of to the west of the Huskerville neighborhood, west of the Lincoln Airport. Let's pull up Lincoln Skyview here. So that is a live look. Again, Lincoln Skyview as heavy thunderstorms move through the capital city. I'm not sure which direction we're pointed. We might still be pointed west. I can't really tell. I think that might be Vine Street. But again, rain is heavy, so obviously visibility is reduced. I'll tell you, looking at the 5-minute observations from the Lincoln Airport. Again, it is 8:40. At 8 p.m., at the top of the hour, it was 79. By 8:10, it was 68, with winds turning to the west as the cold front began to move through, and we are down now to 65, with a heavy thunder shower and mist currently being reported from the Lincoln Airport, and visibility down to 1.75 miles, west winds gusting to 30 miles an hour. So that is the latest observation from the Lincoln Airport. Okay. Let's see here. Checking a lot of sources. We're doing a lot of things. Check and see if we have any new video or pictures. Doesn't look like it. That's all right. Sorry, just noticed a couple comments on the YouTube stream. I don't think I responded to them when they were commented, but appreciate everyone for tuning in, for watching. That cough drop's really coming in handy, I tell you what. All right, we're just going to do a little bit of a reset here. Here's what I'm going to do. Here we go. I'm going to pull up Skyview so I can get some of my graphics settled. We're going to do that. Oh, Ken's on. Let's go watch Ken.
We've got a west-southwest wind at times gusting over 40 miles an hour at the Lincoln Airport. Severe thunderstorm watch continues in these areas, including Lincoln and Lancaster County, until 11 p.m. But I think once these thunderstorms move through the Lincoln Metro, we'll probably get cleared from this watch a little bit before 11 o'clock. But right now, we've got some very heavy thunderstorms that continue to pound portions of east central and southeastern Nebraska. It's taken a while to get here. But now these heavy thunderstorms are in our area. So we'll zoom into this activity and you can see much of western and central Nebraska now not looking at any additional severe weather, but these heavy thunderstorms now continue to pass through east central southeastern portions of the state. You can see these orange polygons indicating the severe thunderstorm warnings, one for southern Lancaster, northwest Johnson, western Odo, and northern Gage, in effect till 9:15 for 70-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. All of these storms possibly producing heavy rain as well. Also northern Jefferson, southeast Saline, and northwest Gage under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock. So you can see a cluster of warnings here in southeastern Nebraska. So again, please be making sure that you're lifeguarding yourselves and your family. Will zoom into Lancaster County and you can see the very heavy thunderstorms that continue almost across the entire Lancaster County region. So very heavy rain, dangerous lightning, as well as some small size hail, and we could see wind gusts between 60 and 70 miles per hour. The heavy thunderstorms continue in the northeast as well. There's the latest southeastern Nebraska picture. Again, these storms are moving very rapidly, so another hour from now things could look quite a bit different, but right now heavy storms in the area. Keep it tuned to 1011. We'll keep you updated.
All right, that was, again, Chief Meteorologist Ken Chimick. He's got you covered on air. I have covered on the digital side, again, streaming from the 1011 Now streaming studio. Again, we're on the 1011 live stream on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, currently live on YouTube as well. So let's take this off. And let's go do this right here. So again, just to give you, again, the setup. Again, we have Lincoln Skyview in that box right below me right there, so we can keep an eye on the rain, some of the lightning. As again, Ken mentioned it, heavy thunderstorm activity continues basically across almost the entire county. As of 8 o'clock, this is what the updated SPC outlook was for the remainder of the evening. Again, you can see much different than what it looked like earlier this afternoon when we had that enhanced risk across parts of south central Nebraska and northern Kansas. They really skinnied up that slight risk and again, the marginal risk as well. And again, if you, in fact, you look at where thunderstorms are right now, they're basically lined up right along where that slight risk currently is. So they'll continue to push to the east and northeast. Again, still expected to weaken a little bit as they continue to push to the east and northeast. That's the trend we've seen over the last hour. That's kind of what we expected. But again, some of these storms still capable of producing some pretty strong wind gusts up to 60 to maybe even 70 miles an hour, some small hail, torrential rain, and some dangerous lightning as well. So the severe thunderstorm watch remains in place for really the far eastern sections of the state. Does include Lincoln and Lancaster County. This runs until 11 p.m. So for another, 2 hours and change, we have the severe thunderstorm watch in place. Again, we currently have the thunderstorms, again, obviously ongoing across much of Lancaster County, and with how quickly they're pushing through the area, we likely could see certainly the western counties in this watch, Polk, York, Fillmore, Thayer. Actually, I think we might have just had a couple drop off there right now. So I would say Saline, Jefferson, I think we had Butler and Seward County that maybe were just cleared from the watch. But Saline and Jefferson County, certainly the threat in those areas is likely come to an end with just some lingering thunderstorms, lingering showers in those areas. But in Lincoln and Lancaster County, again, the watch goes till 11. I doubt we actually get all the way to 11 with the watch in place. There's a live look right now, Lincoln Skyview. Again, little Lincoln Skyview in two different places. But again, it is raining hard, although it's let up in just the last minute or so. But again, still see some of that lightning. I hear the thunder from that lightning strike just now. Right now, temperature of 66 at the studio and down to 64 at the airport. And you can see those winds at the airport gusting to about 40 miles an hour as these heavy thunderstorms are continuing to push on through, and visibility down to 3/4 of a mile. So again, we've been on for multiple hours this evening as these storms have gone through, giving folks plenty of heads up. Again, if you have any yard decorations, it's too late now. They might have been tossed around a little bit. Certainly they're wet now as these heavy thunderstorms continue to push through. Temperature-wise, this is a look at current temperatures across the state. 50s, 60s, and 70s. Those areas still just out ahead of that cold front. Omaha, Beatrice, Nebraska City, Falls City all still have temperatures in the middle 70s. And again, those will likely cool down pretty quick as that front's going to be moving through and rain-cooled air moving through over the course of the next hour or so. Winds, again, you can see behind the front, we have those more westerly and northwesterly winds. Not really windy behind the front. We're not expecting a whole lot of wind as we head into the day tomorrow, but we will see a northwesterly breeze, maybe 8 to 18 miles an hour as we head through the day on Wednesday. Still breezy, gusty winds out ahead of that front, out of the south or southeast for areas, again, like Beatrice, Nebraska City, and Falls City. So here's a look at the statewide radar loop over the past, this is over the last 3 hours. Again, if you go to the beginning of that loop, these storms are still west of Grand Island and Hastings, west of 281. So again, they've been moving at a pretty decent pace, 50, 60, 65 miles an hour to the east and to the northeast over the last several hours. So they've covered a lot of ground, again, in not a whole lot of time. I forgot to bring in. I'm going to bring in that observed precip. I want to show that observed precip again. Map. Here we go. All right. Yeah, I want to just look at this observed precip. Again, these update on at the top of every hour, so we don't have necessarily an updated number for the Lincoln Airport in terms of rainfall totals. Although just glancing at the observed 5-minute observations, 3,500s it looks like so far, maybe at the Lincoln Airport. Let me look up. I have to check it on my phone. What we've had here at the studio. 4,200s at the studio. And if I check my weather station at home, which I'm in East Lincoln, I'm up to 4/10 at my house in East Lincoln. So some decent rain falling. Nice little clap of thunder there. Some decent rain falling in Lincoln, and again, we're getting it in the absolute best way we can. There's no severe weather currently moving through the Lincoln metro area. So that is the good news. All right, getting some information here from Anchor Madison Pitch. Oh, okay, all right. So we have some additional power outages to relay back to you. So not a ton, a total of 208 people across parts of Gage, Jefferson, Lancaster, Saline, Seward, and Thayer County. So a very small percentage, but we do have some power outages that continue across the coverage area. And again, it looks like Ken Chimmick's back on. Let's go ahead and jump in and hear what he has to say.
Odo County, as well as Johnson and Pawnee counties and Gage County. Some very heavy thunderstorms continuing there. That's where the strongest storms are anywhere in the state, but you can see much of Lancaster County looking at moderate to heavy rain to go with that lightning and the potential for at least some small size hail and perhaps some high winds as well. So we're going to keep an eye on radar, but if things don't get dramatically worse, this might be our last cut-in until we update everything tonight on the 10 o'clock news, coming up in about an hour and 8 minutes. So keep it tuned to 10:11. We'll keep you updated.
All right, that was Chief Meteorologist Ken Chimick, again, doing a cut-in on air. Again, if you're watching on the 1011 live stream, Ken just takes over whenever he cuts in. Again, but if you're watching with me on YouTube, again, I got to kind of keep an eye and try and poke and cut it to him when I can. You look confused, John. Oh, we're live. We're live, man. Oh, yeah. You want to pop in here? You want to get in here and get in on this action? I can turn that camera. You better watch out. I can turn it. Yeah. Yeah. Because we're in the 1011 Now streaming studio. Things are a little bit more casual here. I can interact with the people around me. So, what? Okay. All right. So, again, here's a look at the satellite radar picture, statewide view. Again, storms quickly pushing out of northeastern Nebraska over the border into Iowa. And, again, still have some strong thunderstorms in southeast Nebraska, particularly across parts of Gage, Johnson, Pawnee counties. Those are the areas with the strongest thunderstorm activity currently in place. Again, if we zoom in on Lancaster County, again, we have the severe thunderstorm warning for the southeastern half of the county. Areas like, again, Hickman, Roca, Bennett, Panama, Firth. And then as you head further to the east into Odo County, areas like Palmyra, Douglas, Burr, eventually, not in the warning right now, but Syracuse, Odo, Dunbar, Avoca, Weeping Water. These are all areas that could see some of this heavy thunderstorm activity over the next half an hour to an hour. So they want to, again, keep an eye on it. Again, it has a history of producing some pretty strong wind gusts up to 70 or 80 miles an hour. But again, that said, these storms have been weakening just a touch as they push to the east. So that is the good news. Also still have a severe thunderstorm warning, again, just to the south of that one. If we pull up our box here, so that's Gage, Johnson, Pawnee County until 9:30. So at 8:42, so that was 12 minutes ago, they were saying moving northeast at 60 miles an hour with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail as well. The warning just to the north was Gage, Johnson, Lancaster, Odo, and that goes until 9:15, so for about another 20 minutes. But again, these storms pushing through the Lincoln area. Again, we're almost wrapped up with, at least it looks like, some of the heaviest rain. If we pull up storm tracker radar here. Oh, my battery died. Yeah, certainly if we pull up storm tracker radar. John, is it letting up out there, you think?
I just looked outside, not a leaf is stirring, just a straight.
Not a leaf is stirring, and an easy rain is the report from meteorologist John Walsh. Steady rain, but certainly looks like it is becoming much lighter now, at least for central western parts of Lincoln. Again, still have plenty of lightning strikes that are out there, so again, that's still an issue. But again, I've mentioned it. This is literally a best case scenario. We're going to get a half an inch of rain out of this for a lot of areas, and most areas, again in Lincoln, will not have had to deal with some of the severe weather that other areas have had to deal with earlier this evening, especially as you head off to our west, across parts of central Nebraska, again, where we saw some large hail, some of those really strong wind gusts as well. So that is good news. Again, really quickly, the northern half of this line, most of it's moved over across the river into Iowa, but we do still have some activity that's still lingering as you head across parts of Burt, Washington counties, down into Douglas County a little bit. Could be a few stronger storms up there near Gretna. and Ashland. But again, this is all moving to the north and east pretty quickly. So again, Omaha we'll see some of these storms move through over the course of the next hour. But again, likely on the low end, if at all warned, but on the low end of the severe limits. So that is good news. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what else here. Again, some good thunder. I am seeing as of 8:43, so that was about 10 minutes ago. 10 customers in the that would be 70th and Vine-ish neighborhood reporting power outages according to the LES power outage map. So again, that's just south of 70th and Vine. 10 customers are without power, and that report time of that outage was about 10 to 15 minutes ago. And again, going back to, I kind of was talking about it, but then I got distracted a little bit. The power outage map from NPPD, again, Norris Public Power District, they have reports of one customer without power in Gage County, 93 in Jefferson County, 18 in Lancaster County, and of those, it looks like there's one in the northern part of the county, and 40 in southern or southwestern Lancaster, 104 customers in Saline County, 94 customers in Seward County, and one customer in Thayer County reporting power outages. That according to the NPPD outage map, and again according to the LES outage map, about 860 people. Northwest 70th, Northwest 27th, West Kearney to West Vine, and 10 people kind of in that 70th and Vine neighborhood. All right, we've been with you for a long time tonight. I think I'm getting ready to kind of wrap it up and call it quits here. I'll pull up our Lincoln Skyview camera again real quick, give you a live look from 40th and Vine. Again, still a lot of flashes, a lot of lightning out there. But again, certainly I think for Lincoln and the Lincoln Metro, again, this is just about done with. Still have a couple severe thunderstorms just to our south and to our southeast. Again, across parts of Gage, Cass, Otoe, Johnson, Pawnee County. All this is going to continue to push to the north and east through the rest of this evening. But this seems like a good time to call it quits. 9 o'clock, top of the hour. Again, Chief Meteorologist Ken Shimmick will have, I probably won't be doing necessarily any more cut-ins unless something drastically changes from where we're at right now. But again, he will have the latest coming up tonight on 10:11 now at, or 10:11 news at 10, which is coming up again right at the top of the hour. So it's 9 o'clock Central Time. I think we'll go ahead and we'll leave it there, folks. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Very much appreciated. Again, if you haven't done so, please like and subscribe to that 1011 YouTube channel. Again, we'll try and be live there as much as we can. Again, thankfully, it's getting done with severe weather season, but as we head into winter, we'll obviously have winter updates, snowfall updates, and things like that on the 1011 YouTube channel. So appreciate everyone for tuning in and for watching. As always, keep it tuned to 1011 on air and online for all of your latest news, weather, and sports. Hope everyone has a nice Tuesday night. Hope everyone stays